Not every ghost ship is discovered drifting across a lonely ocean. Some are found in places where help should have been close. Busy shipping lanes. Well-traveled islands. Waters crossed every day by fishing boats and merchant vessels. That is exactly what makes the story of the MV Joyita so unsettling. She wasn't lost in the middle of the Atlantic. She wasn't trapped beneath Arctic ice. She vanished in the comparatively busy waters of the South Pacific, carrying 25 people on what should have been a routine 2-day voyage. 5 weeks later, the ship was found. Still floating. Still carrying much of its cargo. But every passenger and crew member had disappeared. No bodies. No lifeboat full of survivors. No distress message explaining what had happened. Only another ghost ship. And another mystery the ocean refused to solve. The Joyita began life during World War II. Built in 1948 in Los Angeles, California, she was originally designed as a sturdy wooden-hulled motor vessel with exceptional buoyancy. Unlike many ships of her size, the Joyita incorporated extensive cork insulation and airtight compartments. Marine engineers estimated that even if the hull flooded significantly, the vessel should remain afloat. In simple terms, she was extraordinarily difficult to sink. That design feature would later become one of the greatest puzzles in the entire investigation. Because when the Joyita was finally found, she had not sunk. She was still floating. Over the years, the Joyita served a variety of commercial roles throughout the Pacific. She transported cargo, passengers, medical supplies, general merchandise. Island communities depended upon vessels like hers. In remote regions scattered across the South Pacific, ships often functioned as lifelines connecting isolated populations with food, medicine, and commerce. Delays occasionally occurred because of weather or mechanical issues. Complete disappearances were far less common. On October 3, 1955, the Joyita departed Apia, Samoa, bound for the Tokelau Islands, approximately 270 miles, 435 kilometers, away. The voyage normally required around 2 days. Captain Thomas Henry Miller, an experienced mariner, commanded the vessel. Along with his crew were passengers traveling between the islands and supplies intended for local communities. The cargo included food, medical equipment, and commercial goods. The weather forecast appeared generally favorable. Nothing suggested that the voyage would become one of the Pacific's greatest maritime mysteries. The Joyita never arrived. At first, island residents assumed weather or engine problems had delayed the vessel. Days passed. Then weeks. Concern spread rapidly throughout the region. Search aircraft flew extensive patrols. Merchant ships altered course to assist. Naval vessels joined the operation. The Pacific is vast. Finding one relatively small ship among millions of square miles presented an enormous challenge. Despite determined efforts, no trace appeared. Then, more than 5 weeks later, everything changed. On November 10, 1955, the merchant vessel Tuvalu spotted a damaged ship drifting hundreds of miles from its intended route. As the crew approached, they recognized the missing Joyita. She floated with a noticeable list to one side. Several sections of the deck had suffered damage. But she remained very much afloat. Boarding parties expected to find survivors. Instead, the vessel was completely deserted. The investigation immediately revealed a series of deeply puzzling details. One engine no longer functioned. The second remained capable of limited operation. Several pipes within the cooling system had become damaged, allowing water to enter portions of the vessel. The radio had been tuned to the international distress frequency. But there was one critical problem. Its antenna had been damaged. Without a functioning antenna, transmitting a long-range distress call would have been nearly impossible. The crew may have desperately attempted to request help, without realizing no one could hear them. Investigators also discovered that one of the ship's boats was missing. Just as in the case of the Mary Celeste and the Resolven, this suggested the people aboard intentionally left the vessel. Yet the decision made little sense. Despite taking on water, the Joyita remained remarkably buoyant. Even badly damaged, she still floated. Abandoning her may actually have reduced everyone's chances of survival. Why would an experienced captain make such a decision? The answer may lie in what the crew believed rather than what was actually happening. Imagine standing aboard a ship that has developed a severe list. Water is entering through damaged pipes. One engine has failed. The pumps are struggling. The vessel appears increasingly unstable. Without modern communications, you cannot confirm whether your distress signal has reached anyone. You have no idea whether help is coming. In that moment, the situation might appear far worse than it truly is. Captain Miller may have concluded the Joyita was about to sink. History suggests he was wrong. But he never lived to realize it. Another clue involved the vessel's navigation equipment. Several important charts and navigational instruments were missing. Just as aboard the Mary Celeste, these were precisely the items a captain would likely carry into a lifeboat. That observation strengthened the theory that the crew deliberately abandoned ship. Investigators found no convincing evidence of sudden violence. No signs of piracy. No indication of mutiny. Instead, the available evidence pointed toward an organized evacuation. The mystery was not why the ship survived. The mystery was why the people did not. Naturally, more sensational theories soon emerged. Some newspapers suggested pirates operating in the Pacific. Others speculated about organized crime. One rumor claimed the vessel had been transporting valuable cargo secretly removed before discovery. Another suggested insurance fraud. Investigators carefully reviewed these possibilities. No compelling evidence supported them. The cargo remaining aboard showed little sign of systematic theft. Money and valuables had not been comprehensively removed. Nothing indicated the kind of violence typically associated with criminal attacks. Mechanical failure remains the leading explanation. The damaged cooling pipes likely allowed water to accumulate inside the hull. The list became increasingly severe. Cargo shifted. Navigation grew more difficult. At the same time, the damaged radio antenna prevented effective communication. The crew probably believed the vessel was sinking. Launching the lifeboat may have seemed like the safest available choice. But the open Pacific offers little forgiveness. Small boats face enormous dangers from waves, weather, dehydration, and navigation challenges. If the occupants drifted away from the still floating Joyita, finding them would have been extraordinarily difficult. One particularly interesting feature of the case involves buoyancy. Marine engineers later concluded that the Joyita possessed enough built-in flotation to remain afloat under conditions that would sink many comparable vessels. Ironically, the very design intended to improve safety may have created the mystery itself. The ship survived. The people aboard likely did not. Official inquiries conducted in New Zealand and throughout the Pacific carefully examined every available piece of evidence. Investigators reconstructed mechanical systems, reviewed weather records, interviewed maritime experts, analyzed the ship's final condition. Despite years of study, no definitive conclusion emerged. The inquiry ultimately acknowledged that the exact sequence of events could not be established with certainty. Today, the Joyita remains one of the Pacific's most famous maritime mysteries. Not because investigators ignored the evidence, but because the evidence points in multiple directions. Mechanical failure explains much of the damage. It does not explain every decision. Abandoning ship explains the missing lifeboat. It does not explain why no survivors were ever located. Each answer creates another question. Perhaps somewhere beneath the vast Pacific, the missing lifeboat finally came to rest. Perhaps currents carried it far beyond every search area. Perhaps rescue came heartbreakfully close without either side ever seeing the other. The ocean rarely reveals such details. Instead, it leaves behind only possibilities. The story of the Joyita reminds us that survival at sea often depends not only on reality, but on perception. A captain makes decisions using the information available in the moment. If that information is incomplete or misleading, even the most experienced judgment can produce tragic consequences. The Joyita herself survived to tell investigators that much. Everything else disappeared with the 25 people who stepped away from the safety of a ship that refused to sink. Our next mystery takes us to the Mediterranean, where an elegant yacht appeared drifting without a crew. At first glance, it looked like another terrifying ghost ship, but investigators would eventually uncover a truth that was every bit as surprising as the legend itself. The vessel was called the SV Belle Amica. Not every ghost ship begins with a tragedy. Sometimes, a mystery becomes famous because people rush to explain it before they understand it. The ocean has always inspired imagination. An abandoned vessel drifting silently across calm water immediately raises unsettling questions. Where is the crew? What happened aboard? Why would anyone leave behind a perfectly good boat? In many cases, the answers are eventually discovered. But by then, the legend has already spread around the world. Few stories demonstrate that better than the SV Belle Amica. For a brief moment, newspapers called it a ghost ship. The internet filled with theories. Some claimed its crew had vanished. Others suggested smuggling, piracy, or even supernatural forces. The truth turned out to be very different. Yet the journey from mystery to explanation is every bit as fascinating. The story began in August 2006, near the beautiful island of Sardinia, Italy, in the western Mediterranean Sea. The Mediterranean is among the world's busiest bodies of water. Luxury yachts, fishing boats, cruise ships, commercial cargo vessels, naval patrols. Thousands of vessels move through these waters every week. An abandoned yacht here should have been easy to explain. Instead, it briefly became an international headline. Italian authorities first noticed the elegant sailing vessel drifting without anyone aboard. From a distance, the yacht appeared undamaged. Its sails remained intact. The hull floated normally. There was no visible smoke. No signs of collision. No emergency signals. Attempts to contact anyone aboard received no response. As with so many ghost ship stories before it, a boarding party was organized. The officers climbed aboard expecting to find injured passengers. Instead, they found no one. The yacht appeared abandoned. Food remained inside. Clothing still hung neatly in storage. Several personal items suggested that whoever had been sailing the vessel had left unexpectedly. Naturally, speculation exploded almost immediately. Newspapers across Europe quickly picked up the story. Some reports suggested the yacht had mysteriously appeared without registration. Others questioned whether its name even existed in official maritime databases. Yet investigators initially struggled to identify its ownership. That uncertainty created fertile ground for rumors. Was it stolen? Had the crew disappeared? Was it connected to organized crime? Or had another ghost ship just entered maritime history? Unlike 19th-century mysteries, however, investigators now possessed advantages unavailable to earlier generations. Modern registration systems, international databases, satellite communications, digital records. Finding the owner should have been relatively straightforward. Eventually, it was. Authorities discovered that the yacht belonged to a businessman from Luxembourg. The explanation, while unusual, proved surprisingly ordinary. According to investigators, the owner and those aboard had anchored near the Sardinian coastline before going ashore. During their absence, changing sea conditions caused the yacht's anchor to drag. Without anyone aboard to notice, the vessel slowly drifted away from its original position. By the time authorities discovered it, the people responsible for the yacht were no longer anywhere nearby. The owner later came forward, helping resolve much of the mystery. There had been no mass disappearance. No supernatural event. No violent attack. No crew mysteriously vanishing into the sea. Instead, an unattended yacht had simply drifted farther than expected. At first glance, that might seem like the end of the story. But maritime historians find the Belle Amica fascinating for another reason. It demonstrates exactly how quickly myths can form. Within hours of the yacht's discovery, sensational headlines had already begun circulating. Some articles exaggerated the absence of documentation. Others incorrectly suggested mysterious cargo. A few claimed investigators had uncovered maps pointing toward Africa. Certain reports even implied the vessel had appeared from nowhere. Most of those claims collapsed once official investigations progressed. Reality proved considerably less dramatic. This pattern has repeated throughout maritime history. When information is incomplete, speculation fills the gaps. Human beings naturally dislike uncertainty. If evidence remains unavailable, people often create explanations that feel emotionally satisfying. Sometimes those stories survive far longer than the truth itself. The Belle Amica became an excellent modern example of that process unfolding almost in real time. Marine investigators also noted that drifting vessels are not especially rare. Anchors occasionally fail. Mooring lines break. Storms separate boats from their owners. Every year, coast guards around the world recover unattended vessels that eventually drift into shipping lanes. Most receive little public attention because ownership is quickly established. The Belle Amica became famous largely because the initial mystery reached international media before investigators completed their work. Unlike the Mary Celeste, the Joyita, or the Resolven, the Belle Amica ultimately received a largely evidence-based explanation. That distinction makes the case valuable. Not every maritime mystery remains unsolved forever. Sometimes patient investigation succeeds. Sometimes paperwork solves questions that imagination cannot. And sometimes, the most surprising discovery is that nothing supernatural happened at all. Still, one small lesson remains. Even today, with GPS, satellite tracking, automatic identification systems, and digital communication, the sea continues creating moments of uncertainty. Technology has dramatically improved maritime safety. It has not eliminated mystery. Equipment fails. Weather changes. People make mistakes. Ships drift. Investigators still piece together events one clue at a time. The methods have evolved. The challenge remains remarkably familiar. The Belle Amica reminds us that responsible investigation requires patience. Early reports are often incomplete. Witnesses may be mistaken. Rumors spread faster than verified facts. History is filled with mysteries that became stranger through repetition rather than evidence. Separating truth from legend is often the investigator's most important task. Perhaps that is the greatest difference between fiction and reality. In fiction, every mystery receives a satisfying ending. In reality, some mysteries are solved. Others remain uncertain. And a few turn out to be much simpler than anyone expected. The Belle Amica belongs to that final category. A drifting yacht that briefly convinced the world another ghost ship had appeared. Only to remind us that facts are often more valuable than speculation. Our next story returns to the frozen Arctic and follows a British naval vessel whose crew abandoned her after she became trapped in ice. Unlike most abandoned ships, however, this vessel would unexpectedly survive, and years later, she would help shape the future relationship between two powerful nations. Her name was HMS Resolute. Most ghost ships are remembered because no one ever learned what happened to them. The story of HMS Resolute is different. For a brief moment, she seemed destined to become another Arctic mystery. Her crew abandoned her. The ice claimed her. Everyone assumed she would eventually be crushed beneath the frozen sea. Instead, she did something almost impossible. She survived. She escaped. And years later, she returned from the Arctic carrying a story so extraordinary that it would eventually place part of her wooden hull inside the White House, where it remains one of the most famous pieces of furniture in American history. It is one of the rare maritime mysteries that transformed into an international symbol of friendship. The Resolute was launched in 1850 during one of the greatest periods of Arctic exploration. By the middle of the 19th century, much of the world had already been mapped. The Arctic remained one of the final frontiers. At the same time, Britain was desperately searching for the missing Franklin expedition, whose disappearance aboard HMS Erebus and HMS Terror had shocked the nation. The Royal Navy assembled multiple search expeditions. One of the vessels chosen for that mission was HMS Resolute. She was a sturdy wooden bark specially strengthened for polar service, built to withstand the immense pressure of Arctic ice. In 1852, the Resolute joined a large British expedition commanded by Sir Edward Belcher. The mission's objective was straightforward in theory but extraordinarily difficult in practice. Search every possible route through the Canadian Arctic. Locate evidence of Franklin's missing ships. Rescue survivors if any still lived. Like so many expeditions before them, Belcher's fleet quickly discovered that Arctic exploration followed nature's timetable, not humanity's. As winter approached, sea ice expanded rapidly. Ships became trapped. Movement slowed to a halt. The crews settled in to endure months of darkness and temperatures that plunged far below freezing. For experienced polar explorers, becoming frozen into the ice was not necessarily a disaster. It happened regularly. Crews built snow walls around their ships to reduce wind exposure. Scientific observations continued. Hunting parties searched for fresh food whenever conditions allowed. The expectation was simple. When summer arrived, melting ice would release the ships. The expedition would continue. That was the plan. Nature chose otherwise. The summer thaw proved disappointing. Some channels remained blocked. Massive sheets of pack ice refused to break apart. The Resolute stayed trapped. Another winter approached. Food supplies gradually diminished. Morale weakened. The expedition faced an increasingly difficult decision. Should they remain aboard and risk another year imprisoned by ice? Or abandon the ships while escape remained possible? In 1854, Sir Edward Belcher made one of the most controversial decisions in Royal Navy history. He ordered several ships, including the Resolute, to be abandoned. The crews gathered essential supplies. Scientific records. Navigation instruments. Personal belongings. Then they stepped onto the frozen Arctic ice. Months of exhausting travel eventually brought them to safety. Behind them, the Resolute remained locked within the frozen wilderness. Most officers assumed they would never see her again. Ordinarily, that would have been the end of the story. The Arctic has claimed countless abandoned ships. Ice pressure crushes wooden hulls. Spring breakups scatter wreckage across enormous distances. Very few vessels survive long after abandonment. The Resolute became the remarkable exception. Instead of sinking, she drifted. For more than a year, Arctic currents slowly carried the abandoned vessel southward. The crew had no way of knowing Back in Britain, the ship was officially considered lost. Then, in September 1855, an American whaling captain named James Buddington, commanding the whaling ship George Henry, spotted something extraordinary in the waters of Baffin Bay. A ship floated alone among the drifting ice. As Buddington approached, he recognized that the vessel had been abandoned. He boarded cautiously. Inside, he found the Resolute. The condition of the ship amazed everyone. Although weathered by the Arctic, she remained structurally sound. Much of the equipment was still aboard. Cabins contained furnishings left behind by the British crew. The vessel had drifted approximately 1,200 miles, 1,900 kilometers, without anyone at the helm. Driven only by wind, currents, and shifting ice. It was one of the longest documented uncontrolled drifts by a major naval vessel in the 19th century. Captain Buddington faced an important decision. Under maritime law, abandoned vessels could sometimes be claimed as salvage. Rather than stripping the ship of valuables, he chose to sail the Resolute to the United States. The vessel eventually reached New London, Connecticut, where her remarkable story quickly attracted international attention. News spread across both sides of the Atlantic. The famous British exploration ship had returned. Not under British command, but under American escort. The United States government soon made an extraordinary gesture. Rather than keeping the ship, Congress authorized funds to purchase, repair, and restore the Resolute before returning her to Britain as a gift. The decision reflected growing respect between the two nations despite political tensions during earlier decades. In 1856, the restored Resolute sailed triumphantly back to England, where Queen Victoria personally accepted the vessel. The return was celebrated not merely as the recovery of a ship, but as an act of international goodwill. The story might have ended there. Instead, it gained one final remarkable chapter. Years later, after the Resolute was eventually retired from service, portions of her sturdy oak timbers were preserved. In 1880, Queen Victoria commissioned craftsmen to build an elegant desk from the ship's wood. The desk was presented as a gift to President Rutherford B. Hayes of the United States. Today, that piece of furniture is known worldwide as the Resolute desk. It has been used by many American presidents, including John F. Kennedy, Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, Donald Trump, and Joe Biden. Millions of people have seen photographs of presidents working behind it. Few realize that the desk began its journey as part of an Arctic ghost ship. Unlike many mysteries in this documentary, the fate of HMS Resolute is largely understood. We know why she was abandoned. We know how she survived. We know who found her. Yet one aspect continues fascinating historians. How exactly did she endure so long imprisoned within Arctic ice without being destroyed? Marine scientists believe the answer lies in a combination of exceptional construction, unusually favorable ice conditions, and extraordinary luck. Her reinforced hull absorbed pressures that might have crushed ordinary vessels. Ocean currents then carried her steadily south until open water finally released her. Nature threatened to destroy her. Instead, nature delivered her back. The Resolute reminds us that the Arctic does not always behave as expected. Sometimes it buries ships forever. Sometimes it preserves them for centuries. And occasionally, it gives them back. Few abandoned vessels in history have traveled such an improbable path from disaster to diplomacy. An exploration ship became a ghost ship. A ghost ship became a diplomatic gift. And part of that ship still serves as a quiet reminder that even amid rivalry, exploration, and hardship, acts of respect can outlast the storms that first created them. Our next mystery returns us to the open ocean and follows a luxurious passenger liner that vanished during a routine voyage to Australia. Despite extensive searches, no confirmed wreckage was found for decades, and her disappearance became one of the greatest unsolved maritime mysteries of the early 20th century. The ship was called the SS Warada. In the early 20th century, ocean travel represented the fastest way to connect continents. Steamships crossed vast distances carrying immigrants seeking new lives. Businessmen pursuing opportunity. Families reuniting after years apart. And sailors who believed the sea, despite its dangers, remained a predictable place. Most voyages ended exactly as planned. Passengers disembarked. Cargo was unloaded. The ship prepared for its next destination. But every so often, a vessel departed on an ordinary journey and simply vanished. No distress call. No confirmed wreckage. No survivors. Among all the great disappearances of the age of steam, few remain as haunting as the story of the SS Warada. More than a century later, historians still cannot say with certainty where she rests, or exactly what happened during her final voyage. The SS Warada was built in 1908 by the renowned shipbuilding company Barclay, Coral and Company in Glasgow, Scotland. She measured approximately 465 feet, 142 meters, in length and displaced more than 9,000 tons. Designed for the Blue Anchor Line, the Warada was intended to operate on the long route between Britain, South Africa, and Australia. Unlike luxury liners serving the North Atlantic, the Warada balanced passenger comfort with practical cargo capacity. She featured spacious cabins, electric lighting, refrigeration systems, and modern safety equipment considered advanced for her era. To many travelers, she represented the future of long-distance sea travel. In May 1909, the Warada departed Adelaide, Australia, beginning the homeward leg of her voyage to London. She stopped at several Australian ports before crossing the Indian Ocean toward Durban, South Africa. Passengers boarded carrying dreams of new beginnings. Merchants shipped valuable cargo. Mail filled storage compartments. The crew prepared for another routine crossing. Everything appeared normal. The ship reached Durban without major incident. After taking on additional passengers and cargo, she departed again on July 26, 1909, bound for Cape Town. That departure became the last confirmed sighting of the SS Warada. Among the nearly 211 people aboard were experienced officers, engineers, passengers, and crew from several different nations. Captain Joshua Ilbery, a veteran mariner with decades of experience, commanded the vessel. He was familiar with the waters surrounding southern Africa, an area respected by sailors for rapidly changing weather and powerful ocean currents. Although modern forecasts did not yet exist, experienced captains carefully studied wind, barometric pressure, and cloud formations before committing to major crossings. Nothing indicated catastrophe. Yet something would soon go terribly wrong. Several ships traveling similar routes later reported seeing unusually severe weather develop off the coast of South Africa. The meeting point of the warm Agulhas Current and powerful weather systems from the Southern Ocean create some of the roughest seas on Earth. Even today, mariners exercise caution in this region. Strong winds blowing against the fast-moving Agulhas Current can produce enormous, steep waves capable of overwhelming large vessels. These so-called rogue waves, once dismissed as sailors' myths, are now recognized by oceanographers as genuine natural phenomena. Could the Warada have encountered one? Many historians believe it remains a strong possibility. The final credible sighting came from another steamship, the Clan MacIntyre, whose captain reported seeing the Warada on the evening of July 27. Nothing appeared obviously wrong. The ships exchanged visual signals before continuing on their separate courses. By morning, the Warada had disappeared. She never arrived in Cape Town. No wireless distress message was received. No lifeboats reached shore. No confirmed survivors were ever found. At first, shipping officials assumed delays caused by weather. But as days passed without any word, concern grew rapidly. The Blue Anchor Line alerted authorities. Search vessels departed. Merchant ships sailing nearby altered their routes. Naval patrols scanned likely areas. The search expanded across hundreds of miles of ocean. Yet investigators encountered a deeply familiar problem. The sea offered almost nothing. No confirmed wreckage. No identifiable debris field. No bodies. For a ship carrying more than 200 people, the silence was extraordinary. As public anxiety increased, newspapers throughout Britain, Australia, and South Africa began printing every rumor they could obtain. Some claimed another vessel had rescued survivors. Others insisted the Warada had drifted into a distant harbor. One report even suggested she had secretly changed course after suffering engine problems. Investigators pursued each lead carefully. None proved accurate. Hope gradually gave way to acceptance. The Warada had become another maritime disappearance. Attention soon turned toward the ship herself. Several passengers from earlier voyages had reportedly commented that the vessel sometimes rolled heavily in rough seas. One particularly famous account came from passenger Claude Sawyer, who chose to leave the ship before her final voyage. He later claimed he felt uneasy about her stability. Some newspapers transformed this personal impression into evidence that the ship was dangerously unstable. Marine engineers, however, urge caution. A ship's rolling characteristics depend upon cargo loading, ballast, weather, and countless other factors. No conclusive evidence has ever demonstrated that the Warada suffered from a fatal design flaw. Nevertheless, questions about stability have remained part of the discussion ever since. Another leading theory focuses on the weather itself. Modern oceanographic research confirms that the waters east of Cape Agulhas can generate exceptionally dangerous sea conditions. When strong southwesterly winds oppose the powerful Agulhas current, waves become unusually steep and unpredictable. Some researchers believe the Warada may have encountered one or more rogue waves large enough to cause catastrophic structural damage or sudden capsizing. If such an event occurred at night, the crew may have had little or no opportunity to send a distress signal. The tragedy would have unfolded within minutes. Mechanical failure has also been considered. A serious engine room explosion, steering failure, or cargo shift could have left the ship unable to maneuver safely during severe weather. Yet without the wreck, these possibilities remain speculative. No surviving evidence confirms any particular sequence of events. Over the decades, numerous expeditions have attempted to locate the Warada. Beginning in the 1970s, advances in side-scan sonar encouraged renewed searches along South Africa's eastern coastline. Several promising sonar targets were investigated. Some turned out to be natural rock formations. Others proved to be unrelated shipwrecks. Time after time, researchers believed they had solved the mystery. Time after time, the evidence disagreed. As of today, no wreck has been conclusively identified as the SS Warada. Marine archaeologists believe the search remains exceptionally difficult for several reasons. The waters off South Africa are deep. Powerful currents can scatter debris over enormous distances. Sediment gradually buries wrecks beneath the seabed. Even modern sonar cannot guarantee success when searching thousands of square miles of ocean floor. Many famous shipwrecks have remained hidden for generations before finally being located. The Warada may simply be waiting in a place no one has searched yet. Perhaps the greatest tragedy lies not in the mystery itself, but in the lives interrupted. Families waited at docks where the ship never appeared. Letters were written to people who had already vanished. Businesses lost partners. Children lost parents. Entire futures disappeared somewhere beyond the horizon. For those left behind, uncertainty often lasted far longer than hope. Today, the SS Warada occupies a unique place in maritime history. She was neither the largest ship to vanish, nor the deadliest maritime disaster of her era. Yet she remains one of the most enduring because almost nothing is known about her final moments. No distress call. No confirmed wreck. No eyewitness to disaster. Only a ship that sailed confidently into the Indian Ocean. And never returned. The ocean has guarded her secret for more than a century. Whether buried beneath deep sediment or resting undiscovered along the South African coast, the Warada continues waiting for the day her story may finally be completed. Our next mystery travels even farther back in time to one of the most chilling legends ever told by sailors, a ship discovered frozen in Arctic ice, its crew reportedly preserved by the bitter cold, creating one of the most enduring and controversial ghost ship stories in maritime folklore. The ship was known as the Octavius. Few maritime stories blur the line between history and legend as completely as the tale of the Octavius. According to the story, a whaling ship spotted an abandoned vessel drifting through the frozen Arctic. The sails hung stiff in the icy wind. Snow covered the deck. No one answered when the crew called out. When the boarding party stepped aboard, they found something they would never forget. The captain sat frozen at his desk. A pen rested in his hand. The ship's log lay open before him. Below deck, the rest of the crew remained exactly where death had found them, preserved by the relentless Arctic cold. If the story is true, it is one of the most haunting ghost ship discoveries ever recorded. If it is not, it remains one of the greatest legends ever told by sailors. More than 2 centuries later, historians continue debating where fact ends and folklore begins. The legend begins in the 1760s. According to the traditional account, the Octavius was a British merchant ship returning from China to England after completing a successful trading voyage. At the time, commerce between Europe and Asia depended on long and dangerous sea routes. Ships usually sailed around the Cape of Good Hope in southern Africa, a voyage that could take many months. Captains constantly searched for shorter alternatives. One possibility fascinated explorers above all others: the Northwest Passage. If a navigable route existed across the top of North America, it promised to transform global trade forever. Many believed the reward justified extraordinary risks. According to the legend, the captain of the Octavius made a bold decision. Rather than following the established southern route home, he attempted to sail through the Arctic using the Northwest Passage. Today we know how dangerous that region can be. Even modern icebreakers face enormous challenges navigating its frozen channels. In the 18th century, the odds were far worse. Maps remained incomplete. Weather forecasting did not exist. Sea ice could trap a vessel without warning. Once winter arrived, escape became nearly impossible. The story claims the captain underestimated just how quickly the Arctic could change. As temperatures fell, sea ice closed around the ship. Movement slowed. Eventually, the Octavius became trapped. With no possibility of reaching open water before winter, the crew faced months of darkness, freezing temperatures, and dwindling supplies. No rescue ships patrolled those remote waters. No radio existed. No one knew where they were. According to the legend, no one ever would. Years later, most versions say around 1775, the whaling ship Herald reportedly encountered a strange vessel drifting west of Greenland. The sea was unusually quiet. The abandoned ship appeared intact despite years in Arctic waters. Curiosity overcame caution. The captain ordered several sailors to board. What happened next became the heart of the legend. The boarding party discovered the captain seated in his cabin. His body remained upright before a desk. One hand rested on a journal. The other still held a pen. Nearby lay the bodies of crew members frozen where they had died. Some accounts claim sailors remained at their stations. Others describe people gathered below deck seeking warmth during the final days. The captain's wife supposedly rested inside the cabin with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. Even a child was said to have been found nearby. The Arctic cold had preserved them like silent statues. It was a scene almost too haunting to imagine. The logbook reportedly contained one final entry. According to the story, it was dated November 11, 1762. If accurate, that would mean the Octavius had drifted through Arctic waters for approximately 13 years before being discovered. Without a crew. Without guidance. Carried only by currents and drifting sea ice. Such a voyage would have been extraordinary even by modern standards. Naturally, the legend spread rapidly among sailors. Ghost stories have long formed part of maritime tradition. Long voyages, dangerous weather, and endless nights encouraged storytelling. The tale of the Octavius became one of the sea's most enduring campfire legends. Generations of sailors repeated it aboard ships crossing northern waters. Each telling added new details. Each version became slightly more dramatic than the last. But here's where history becomes far less certain. Despite the story's popularity, researchers have struggled to verify its authenticity. No official Royal Navy records confirm the existence of a British merchant ship named Octavius matching the legend. No surviving shipping registry clearly identifies such a voyage. No contemporary newspaper accounts from the 18th century describe the discovery. The earliest published versions of the story appeared many decades after the event supposedly occurred. For professional historians, that raises important questions. Could the story have originated from a real abandoned Arctic vessel whose details gradually changed over time? Possibly. The Arctic has claimed numerous expeditions. Several abandoned ships have genuinely drifted great distances before being rediscovered. Bodies preserved by freezing temperatures are also scientifically well documented. Modern archaeological excavations, including those involving members of the Franklin expedition, have demonstrated just how remarkably the Arctic can preserve human remains. So while portions of the Octavius legend are scientifically plausible, the specific story itself remains unverified. Marine historians generally classify the Octavius as maritime folklore rather than confirmed history. That distinction matters. Folklore often contains elements inspired by real events. It reflects the fears, hopes, and experiences of the people who tell it. Whether every detail occurred exactly as described is a separate question. The Octavius captures something sailors understood better than almost anyone else. The Arctic is patient. Ships may disappear for years. Sometimes for centuries. And when they return, they do not always return with answers. Interestingly, later discoveries have given the legend renewed credibility in one unexpected way. When archaeologists located HMS Erebus and HMS Terror beneath the Canadian Arctic in the 21st century, they found remarkably well-preserved wrecks resting quietly beneath freezing waters. Artifacts remained almost untouched. Wood survived. Glass survived. Even delicate materials endured. Those discoveries reminded historians that the Arctic truly is capable of preserving the past in extraordinary detail. If another 18th-century vessel lies hidden beneath Arctic ice today, it may still be waiting. Oceanographers also note that Arctic currents can carry drifting sea ice and trapped vessels across vast distances. The famous SS Bachimo wandered the Arctic for nearly 4 decades after being abandoned. That case is fully documented. So the idea of an unmanned ship drifting for years is no longer considered impossible. What remains uncertain is whether the Octavius actually made such a journey. Perhaps that uncertainty explains why the legend refuses to disappear. Unlike mysteries eventually solved by archaeology or technology, the Octavius exists in a fascinating space between evidence and imagination. It reminds us that not every famous maritime mystery can be neatly classified. Some belong to history. Some belong to folklore. And occasionally, the boundary between the two becomes impossible to see. Whether the captain truly died with a pen still in his hand, Whether the ship drifted alone for 13 frozen years, or whether the entire tale grew from generations of sailors sharing stories beneath Arctic skies, the Octavius has earned a permanent place in maritime culture. Not because we know it happened, but because we can almost believe it did. And sometimes, the mysteries that linger in possibility are the ones that stay with us the longest. Our next story returns to documented history and examines one of the deadliest maritime disasters of the 19th century, when a luxury steamship carrying hundreds of immigrants collided with another vessel in dense fog, revealing heartbreaking acts of courage, and questions that continue to be studied today. The ship was the SS Arctic. Some maritime mysteries are built upon unanswered questions. Others are remembered because the answers are almost too painful to accept. The story of the SS Arctic is not a ghost ship drifting silently across the ocean. It is something equally haunting. A disaster witnessed by hundreds. Yet still surrounded by mysteries about exactly how such a magnificent vessel could be lost so quickly. It was one of the deadliest civilian maritime tragedies of the 19th century. A catastrophe that shocked both Europe and the United States, changed public confidence in ocean travel, and exposed the terrifying reality that, in a true emergency, technology alone cannot guarantee survival. When the Arctic left port in 1854, she represented speed, luxury, and modern engineering. Just days later, she became a floating nightmare. The SS Arctic was built in 1850 for the famous Collins Line, an American shipping company created to compete directly with Britain's Cunard Line for transatlantic passenger service. At nearly 284 feet, 87 meters, long and powered by enormous steam engines driving side paddle wheels, the Arctic ranked among the most advanced passenger steamships of her era. She featured spacious cabins, elegant dining rooms, and accommodations that appealed to wealthy travelers crossing between New York and Liverpool. Crossing the Atlantic was becoming faster than ever before. To many passengers, ships like the Arctic symbolized progress itself. By the early 1850s, fierce competition existed between transatlantic shipping companies. Every crossing became an opportunity to demonstrate speed, reliability, and prestige. Captains faced commercial pressure to maintain schedules despite unpredictable weather. Although safety remained important, delays could damage a company's reputation. Steam power reduced dependence on wind. But it could not eliminate the dangers of fog, currents, or human error. On September 20, 1854, the Arctic departed Liverpool, England, carrying approximately 400 passengers and crew, including many women and children returning to the United States. Captain James C. Luce commanded the vessel. Luce possessed decades of maritime experience and enjoyed an excellent professional reputation. The voyage began routinely. Passengers socialized. Children played on deck. Crew members performed familiar duties. Nothing suggested that disaster was approaching through the thick Atlantic fog. 5 days into the voyage, on the afternoon of September 27, the Arctic entered an area of dense fog off the coast of Newfoundland. Fog has always been one of the greatest hazards of the North Atlantic. Visibility can fall to only a few ship lengths. Even experienced officers struggle to judge distance and speed. During the 19th century, without radar or electronic navigation, avoiding another vessel depended almost entirely upon careful lookouts and quick decisions. That afternoon, those few seconds would determine the fate of hundreds. Emerging suddenly from the fog came another steamship. The French vessel SS Vesta. Neither crew had sufficient time to avoid a collision. The Arctic struck the Vesta with tremendous force. Passengers were thrown from their seats. Crew members rushed toward the damaged bow expecting to see the smaller ship sinking. At first glance, that assumption appeared reasonable. The Arctic outweighed the Vesta considerably. Many aboard believed the larger vessel would survive while the smaller one disappeared beneath the waves. The opposite happened. The Vesta's bow had been reinforced with heavy iron to better withstand icy conditions near the North Atlantic fishing grounds. When the Arctic rammed her, that strengthened bow acted almost like a giant wedge. Instead of destroying the French ship, it tore a devastating hole below the Arctic's waterline. The damage was far more serious than Captain Luce initially realized. While the Vesta remained afloat despite severe injuries, water poured rapidly into the Arctic. The larger ship had become the one in mortal danger. Captain Luce immediately ordered emergency measures. Engineers attempted to control flooding. Pumps worked continuously. The crew prepared lifeboats. Passengers were instructed to remain calm. For a brief period, some officers believed the damage might still be manageable. But as seawater continued filling the hull, hope faded quickly. The Arctic was sinking. What happened next became one of the darkest chapters in maritime history. The ship carried far too few lifeboats for everyone aboard, a common but tragic reality before international safety reforms. As panic spread, discipline began to collapse. Several crew members abandoned their assigned duties. Witnesses later reported that some sailors seized lifeboats for themselves rather than assisting passengers. Many women and children never had the opportunity to board. Captain Luce repeatedly attempted to restore order. The situation had already slipped beyond control. Modern historians emphasize that many crew members behaved courageously under impossible circumstances. Others did not. Eyewitness testimony reveals acts of extraordinary heroism alongside heartbreaking selfishness. Some officers remained at their posts until the end. Passengers helped complete strangers. Parents sacrificed themselves for their children. At the same time, fear drove others to decisions that continue to provoke debate more than 170 years later. Disaster reveals character in ways few other experiences can. As flooding intensified, the Arctic gradually lost stability. Her paddle wheels slowed. The bow settled deeper into the sea. Passengers clung to floating wreckage. Families became separated in the confusion. Within approximately 4 hours of the collision, the great steamship disappeared beneath the Atlantic. The ocean closed over one of America's finest passenger vessels. Hundreds remained in the freezing water. Captain Luce survived only through extraordinary determination. According to his own account, he initially remained aboard until the ship's final moments before being pulled underwater as the Arctic sank. He eventually reached floating wreckage and drifted for nearly 2 days before rescue. His testimony later became one of the most important sources for reconstructing the disaster. Despite surviving, Luce spent the rest of his life carrying the emotional weight of the tragedy. The final death toll shocked both sides of the Atlantic. Approximately 350 people lost their lives. Among the dead were nearly all the women and children aboard. The survival rate for adult male passengers proved dramatically higher. Newspapers reacted with outrage. Public attention focused particularly on reports that some crew members had abandoned passengers during the evacuation. Although later investigations suggested certain newspaper accounts exaggerated aspects of the panic, the disaster exposed serious weaknesses in maritime safety procedures. Unlike some mysteries featured in this documentary, investigators understood the immediate cause of the sinking. The collision with the Vesta caused fatal structural damage. Yet several important questions remained. Could the Arctic have been saved if damage had been assessed more accurately? Did commercial pressure influence navigational decisions in heavy fog? Why did emergency procedures collapse so completely? Those questions shaped maritime discussions for decades. The sinking also influenced public attitudes toward passenger safety. Although comprehensive international regulations would not emerge until much later, especially after the RMS Titanic disaster in 1912, the Arctic demonstrated the deadly consequences of insufficient lifeboat capacity and poor emergency organization. History often advances through painful lessons. The Arctic became one of them. Marine engineers studying the disaster have also pointed to the importance of hull design. Iron reinforcement that protected the smaller Vesta inadvertently became the weapon that destroyed the larger Arctic. The collision challenged assumptions that size alone guaranteed survival. It reminded shipbuilders that structural strength matters as much as overall dimensions. Today, the wreck of the Arctic has never been conclusively located. The North Atlantic remains vast, and the approximate sinking position lies within deep waters where currents have complicated search efforts for generations. Some researchers believe the wreck may eventually be discovered using advanced deep-sea survey technology. If found, it could answer lingering questions about the ship's final structural failure. Until then, much of the evidence rests within historical testimony rather than physical archaeology. The story of the SS Arctic is ultimately not about ghosts. It is about humanity. About courage displayed beside fear. Leadership tested under unimaginable pressure. And the heartbreaking realization that technological progress means little without preparation, discipline, and compassion. For the families waiting in New York, the ship never arrived. For the survivors, the memories never truly ended. And for maritime history, the Arctic became one of the tragedies that slowly pushed the world toward safer seas. Our next mystery takes us to the cold waters of Lake Superior, where a relatively small freighter vanished during a late autumn storm. Her disappearance inspired decades of speculation, and when divers finally found her resting beneath the lake, the evidence raised new questions instead of ending the mystery. The ship was the SS Kamloops. When people think of maritime mysteries, they usually picture vast oceans. The Atlantic, the Pacific, the Arctic. Places where endless horizons make disappearances seem almost inevitable. But some of the world's most haunting shipwrecks are not found at sea. They rest beneath freshwater, hidden within enormous inland lakes that can become just as violent, and just as deadly, as any ocean. Among them, none has earned a stranger reputation than the SS Kamloops. She disappeared on a cold autumn voyage across Lake Superior, leaving behind unanswered questions, remarkable archaeological discoveries, and one of the most famous underwater legends in North America. More than a century later, the Kamloops still lies exactly where she fell. Silent. Perfectly preserved. And guarding secrets that divers continue trying to understand. The SS Kamloops was launched in 1924 for the Canada Steamship Line's fleet. Unlike luxurious passenger liners crossing the Atlantic, she was a practical package freighter, designed to transport a wide variety of cargo between ports throughout the Great Lakes. She measured approximately 250 feet, 76 meters, in length and carried everything from machinery and manufactured goods to food, paper products, and industrial supplies. Ships like the Kamloops formed the backbone of commerce across the Great Lakes region. They rarely attracted headlines. Their importance came through reliability. Thousands of communities depended upon them. Operating on the Great Lakes demanded a unique kind of seamanship. Although technically freshwater, lakes such as Lake Superior behave much like inland seas. Stretching more than 350 miles, 560 kilometers, from west to east, Superior contains enough water to cover all of North and South America with nearly a foot of water if evenly distributed. Its enormous size allows powerful storms to develop rapidly. Steep waves. Freezing temperatures. Hurricane-force winds. Experienced sailors have long respected the lake's unpredictable nature. There is an old saying among Great Lakes mariners. Lake Superior never gives up her dead. The Kamloops would become part of that legend. On December 4, 1927, Captain Leonard Wilson departed Fort William, Ontario, today part of Thunder Bay, for a routine voyage toward Sault Ste. Marie. The ship carried a crew of 22 men along with a mixed cargo destined for communities farther east. Late autumn voyages always involved additional risk. Winter approached quickly across the Great Lakes. Ice formation. Snow squalls. Violent storms. Captains balanced commercial schedules against increasingly dangerous weather. The Kamloops had completed similar voyages before. There was little reason to expect disaster. As the ship entered eastern Lake Superior, conditions deteriorated rapidly. Historical weather records indicate that a powerful winter storm swept across the lake during the Kamloops' final voyage. Strong northwesterly winds generated enormous waves. Temperatures dropped well below freezing. Heavy snow reduced visibility. Ice began forming on exposed surfaces. Modern marine safety experts note that ice accumulation can dramatically affect a ship's stability by raising its center of gravity and adding enormous weight to decks and rigging. For vessels already battling rough seas, the danger increases quickly. The Kamloops never reached her destination. When she failed to arrive, concern spread across Great Lakes shipping companies. Search vessels departed despite severe weather. Coastline patrols scanned likely routes. Nearby communities watched for survivors. But Lake Superior revealed almost nothing. Unlike ocean currents, which may carry wreckage hundreds of miles away, the Great Lakes often conceal their losses beneath deep, cold water. Days passed. No survivors appeared. Eventually, the Kamloops was officially declared lost. For nearly 50 years, the ship's final resting place remained unknown. Then, in 1977, recreational divers made a remarkable discovery near Isle Royale National Park, a remote island wilderness in Lake Superior. Resting approximately 260 feet, 79 meters, beneath the surface, they found the Kamloops. The wreck astonished everyone. Lake Superior's cold freshwater creates extraordinary preservation conditions. Unlike saltwater oceans, the lake contains very few wood-boring organisms capable of destroying shipwrecks. Low temperatures slow corrosion. Minimal sunlight reaches great depths. As a result, the Kamloops appeared remarkably intact. Her hull remained recognizable. Cargo still filled portions of the holds. Windows survived. Equipment remained scattered throughout the vessel almost exactly where it had been left in 1927. It was less like discovering a ruin, and more like opening a forgotten chapter of history. Divers soon encountered another unforgettable discovery. Inside the engine room lay the naturally preserved body of one crew member. Cold freshwater had dramatically slowed decomposition. The remains became widely known among divers by the nickname Old Whitey. Marine archaeologists generally believe the body is most likely that of watchman John Preston, although absolute identification has never been conclusively established. The preservation proved so remarkable that early photographs spread rapidly through diving communities. Over time, stories surrounding Old Whitey evolved into one of Lake Superior's most famous underwater legends. Predictably, ghost stories soon followed. Some divers reported feeling as though they were being watched. Others claimed strange noises echoed through the wreck. A few insisted lights occasionally appeared where no equipment remained operational. Marine historians caution that such experiences are common around deep wrecks. Low visibility. Extreme depth. Nitrogen narcosis. Psychological stress. All can influence human perception underwater. No scientific evidence supports paranormal explanations. Yet the atmosphere surrounding the Kamloops is undeniably powerful. Standing, or rather floating, inside a ship frozen in time naturally affects even experienced divers. Investigators carefully studied the wreck in hopes of understanding how the disaster unfolded. Several observations emerged. The ship appeared to have struck the shoreline near Isle Royale before sinking. Damage along portions of the hull suggested collision with rocky terrain. This finding supports the theory that Captain Wilson attempted to seek shelter from the storm by approaching the island. In poor visibility, however, navigation became extraordinarily difficult. Without modern radar or GPS, identifying safe passages through snow and darkness relied entirely upon charts, compass bearings, and experience. One small error could prove fatal. Another contributing factor may have been icing. Historical weather conditions strongly support significant ice accumulation during the voyage. Heavy ice reduces maneuverability, increases top weight, complicates steering. Combined with towering waves and near-zero visibility, the Kamloops may simply have reached a point where recovery became impossible. Most maritime historians view severe weather as the primary cause of the loss. Yet because no survivor remained to describe those final moments, absolute certainty remains impossible. The discovery of the wreck also highlighted the importance of underwater archaeology. Rather than removing artifacts indiscriminately, researchers documented cargo locations, structural damage, and equipment placement to reconstruct the ship's final hours. Today, the Kamloops is protected as an important cultural and historical site within Isle Royale National Park. Divers may visit under strict regulations, but disturbing the wreck or removing artifacts is prohibited. Every object contributes another piece to the historical puzzle. The Kamloops also reminds us that freshwater preserves history in extraordinary ways. Around the Great Lakes, hundreds of shipwrecks remain astonishingly intact beneath cold, clear water. Some still contain cargo exactly as it was loaded. Others preserve steering wheels, lifeboats, and even paint. These wrecks serve as underwater museums, allowing historians to study 19th and 20th century maritime life with remarkable accuracy. The Kamloops ranks among the finest examples. Perhaps the greatest mystery surrounding the Kamloops is not why she sank. Storms on Lake Superior have claimed many ships. The deeper mystery is how vividly she still exists. More than a century later, she rests quietly beneath the surface as though waiting for her crew to return. The cold lake preserved not only steel and timber, but an entire moment in history. Time stopped the instant the ship settled onto the lakebed. Everything afterward belonged to silence. For the families of the 22 crew members, the discovery finally answered one important question. The Kamloops had been found. But like so many stories in this documentary, finding the wreck did not erase every mystery. It simply replaced imagination with evidence, while leaving enough uncertainty for the legend to endure. Our next mystery returns to the open ocean and follows one of the largest British merchant ships ever built. She disappeared during a powerful typhoon in the Pacific Ocean, taking all 44 crew members with her and triggering sweeping changes in how modern ships are designed to survive extreme weather. The vessel was the MV Derbyshire. By the late 20th century, many people believed the age of mysterious disappearances at sea was over. Ships had radar. Satellite navigation was beginning to emerge. Weather forecasting had improved dramatically. Modern steel hulls were stronger than anything built a century earlier. Surely, the era of vessels vanishing without explanation had ended. Then, in September 1980, one of the largest merchant ships ever built in Britain disappeared during a Pacific typhoon. No distress call explained her fate. No survivors returned. No confirmed wreckage appeared on the surface. For nearly 14 years, investigators could only guess what had happened. When technology finally reached the ocean floor, the truth proved even more sobering than anyone expected. The MV Derbyshire was launched in 1976 by Swan Hunter shipbuilders in England. She was a massive bulk carrier, measuring approximately 294 meters, 965 feet, in length and weighing more than 91,000 gross tons. At the time, she ranked among the largest British ships ever constructed. Unlike passenger liners, bulk carriers are designed to transport enormous quantities of raw materials. Iron ore, coal, grain, steel products. Their vast cargo holds allow them to carry incredible weight across long ocean voyages with remarkable efficiency. The Derbyshire represented the cutting edge of commercial shipping. Her construction met the highest standards of the era. No one imagined she would become one of its greatest engineering mysteries. In September 1980, Captain Edward Fawkes and his crew prepared for another routine voyage. The Derbyshire departed September Isles, Canada, carrying a cargo of iron ore concentrate bound for Kawasaki, Japan. After crossing the Pacific, the vessel approached waters influenced by Typhoon Orchid, a powerful tropical cyclone developing east of Japan. Unlike earlier centuries, ships now received weather forecasts by radio. Captains could often alter course to avoid the worst conditions. But weather at sea remains dynamic. Storms change direction. Forecasts evolve. And even experienced mariners sometimes find themselves confronting conditions far more severe than expected. As Typhoon Orchid intensified, communication with the Derbyshire became increasingly limited. The ship sent routine weather reports during the voyage. Then, silence. No emergency transmission. No indication that the crew recognized imminent catastrophe. When the vessel failed to arrive in Japan, concern spread rapidly through the shipping industry. Search aircraft scanned enormous sections of the Pacific. Merchant vessels joined the operation. The ocean revealed almost nothing. A few scattered oil slicks. Some floating debris. Nothing capable of explaining how one of Britain's largest ships had vanished with all 44 people aboard. The disappearance shocked maritime experts. Bulk carriers were generally considered extremely robust. The Derbyshire had not collided with another ship. There was no evidence of fire. No sign of explosion. No piracy. How could a vessel of that size disappear so completely? Without the wreck. Investigators struggled to answer even the most basic questions. The initial inquiry concluded that the Derbyshire had probably been overwhelmed by exceptionally severe weather. Yet many families of the crew believed that explanation was incomplete. Storms alone, they argued, should not have destroyed such a modern ship without any opportunity for the crew to transmit a distress message. Relatives campaigned tirelessly for a more thorough investigation. For years, their determination kept the search alive. Everything changed during the 1990s. Advances in deep-sea sonar and remotely operated vehicles finally made it possible to search parts of the Pacific Ocean once considered unreachable. In 1994, an international expedition located the wreck nearly 4,000 meters, 13,000 feet, beneath the surface. It was one of the deepest major merchant ship investigations ever undertaken. The discovery transformed speculation into science. Engineers examining video footage noticed something extraordinary. The Derbyshire had not broken apart because of a single dramatic impact. Instead, evidence suggested a progressive structural failure. Investigators focused on the forward section of the ship. Particularly the cargo hold ventilation covers and hatch structures. These components, although built according to standards of the time, may have been vulnerable to repeated impacts from enormous breaking waves. Oceanographers studying Typhoon Orchid estimated that some waves encountered by the Derbyshire could have exceeded 20 meters, 65 feet, in height. Modern research confirms that individual rogue waves, even larger than surrounding seas, can occasionally develop during powerful storms. When such waves crash onto a ship's bow with tremendous force, they generate pressures far beyond what many people imagine. Repeated impacts may deform steel structures. Allow seawater into forward compartments. Increase weight dramatically. Reduce buoyancy. Create a chain reaction that becomes impossible to stop. The official re-investigation concluded that heavy seas most likely damaged the forward ventilation openings, allowing large quantities of water to flood the bow. As flooding increased, the ship trimmed downward. Each incoming wave struck lower than the last. More water entered. More weight accumulated. Eventually, the Derbyshire lost stability completely. Within minutes, the enormous vessel plunged toward the bottom of the Pacific. The speed of the final sinking may explain why no distress call was ever completed. The crew probably had very little warning. Unlike many mysteries in this documentary, the Derbyshire eventually changed international maritime safety. Investigators recommended stronger hatch covers, improved ventilation protection, enhanced structural standards for bulk carriers operating in extreme weather. International regulations were updated to reduce the likelihood of similar disasters. Sometimes, the greatest legacy of a tragedy lies in the lives it helps save afterward. Marine engineers continue studying the Derbyshire because her loss reshaped understanding of wave impacts on large commercial vessels. For many years, ship designers underestimated the destructive force of extreme seas striking the bow repeatedly. The Derbyshire demonstrated that even the largest steel ships possess vulnerabilities when exposed to nature's most powerful conditions. The investigation remains an important case study in naval architecture today. For the families of the 44 crew members, however, technical explanations brought only partial comfort. Many had waited nearly a decade and a half before the wreck was finally located. They had endured years of uncertainty, rumors, conflicting reports, false hope. Finding the ship finally answered the question of where their loved ones had gone. It could never answer every question about their final moments. The Derbyshire also serves as a reminder that modern technology has reduced maritime risk. But it has never eliminated it. The ocean remains capable of producing conditions beyond human control. Satellites improve forecasting. Steel improves survival. Engineering improves resilience. Yet storms continue reminding humanity that progress has limits. Respect for the sea remains as essential today as it was centuries ago. Today, the Derbyshire rests undisturbed on the floor of the Pacific Ocean. Far below sunlight. Far below storms. Far below the waves that ultimately claimed her. Her story is no longer an unsolved disappearance. It is a solved engineering mystery. And one whose lessons continue protecting sailors around the world. In that sense, the Derbyshire did something remarkable. Even in tragedy, she made future voyages safer. Our next mystery takes us back to the early days of American steamship travel, where a passenger vessel carrying politicians, businessmen, and families vanished during a voyage between New York and Virginia. Despite extensive searches, she was never found, becoming one of the earliest large-scale maritime disappearances in American history. The ship was the SS President. Before radio. Before radar. Before satellites. A ship could disappear without leaving behind a single clue. No distress message. No final coordinates. No emergency beacon. One day it sailed confidently beyond the horizon. And the next, it was simply gone. In the early 19th century, this was not unusual. The sea was vast, weather forecasts were primitive, and communication ended the moment a coastline disappeared behind the stern. Yet even by the standards of that era, the disappearance of the SS President shocked the United States. She carried respected politicians, successful businessmen, families beginning new chapters of life, experienced officers, a crew who had crossed the Atlantic many times before. Then, without warning, the president vanished. More than 180 years later, no confirmed wreck has ever been found. The SS President was one of the proudest ships of the British and American Steam Navigation Company, launched in 1840. At approximately 236 feet, 72 meters, long, she ranked among the largest steamships operating across the North Atlantic at the time. Unlike earlier sailing vessels that relied entirely upon favorable winds, the President used powerful steam engines driving paddle wheels, allowing more predictable schedules between continents. Steamships represented a revolution in global transportation. Business expanded. Immigration increased. The Atlantic seemed smaller than ever before. Many believed technology had finally begun to conquer the ocean. History would soon remind them otherwise. The president regularly sailed between New York and Liverpool, carrying passengers, mail, and valuable cargo. The voyage attracted merchants, diplomats, and wealthy travelers eager to cross the Atlantic more quickly than traditional sailing ships allowed. Captain Richard Roberts commanded the vessel during her final journey. He possessed years of maritime experience and was familiar with the hazards of the North Atlantic. Nothing in his professional record suggested recklessness. Passengers boarded expecting another routine crossing. No one imagined they were stepping aboard a ship destined to become one of America's earliest great maritime mysteries. On March 11, 1841, the president departed New York Harbor bound for Liverpool. Nearly 136 people were believed to be aboard, including passengers and crew. As the ship steamed eastward, weather conditions across the North Atlantic began deteriorating. Powerful winter storms developed. Large waves battered shipping lanes. Several vessels traveling similar routes later reported encountering exceptionally difficult seas. Unlike modern captains, however, Roberts possessed no detailed weather forecasts. Once committed to the crossing, avoiding major storms often became impossible. Days passed. Then weeks. The president failed to arrive in Liverpool. Initially, shipping officials assumed weather had delayed the voyage. Steam engines occasionally experienced mechanical difficulties. Heavy seas reduced speed. Unexpected detours occurred. Families waited patiently. But as more time passed, optimism slowly faded. No harbor reported seeing the vessel. No passing ship mentioned assisting her. No survivors reached shore. The Atlantic remained silent. Concern quickly spread throughout both Britain and the United States. Insurance companies grew anxious. Newspapers published daily updates. Merchant captains arriving from the Atlantic were questioned about unusual sightings. Government officials requested information from ports across Europe and North America. Every possible lead received attention. Yet none produced results. The president had vanished completely. A few weeks later, scattered wreckage washed ashore along parts of the British Isles. Fragments of timber. Pieces of deck structure. Items believed to have originated from the president. Although no single object conclusively identified the vessel, investigators generally accepted that at least some debris likely belonged to the missing steamship. If true, it suggested the president had suffered catastrophic structural failure somewhere in the North Atlantic. But where? And why? Those questions remained unanswered. One of the leading theories centers on the weather. Historical meteorological reconstructions indicate that the president probably encountered one of the powerful winter storms crossing the Atlantic during March 1841. Steamships of that era still relied heavily on sails to supplement their engines during long voyages. Large paddle wheels could also become vulnerable in violent seas. Repeated impacts from towering waves placed enormous stress upon wooden hulls and machinery. Marine historians believe severe weather almost certainly played a major role. Another possibility involves stability. The president reportedly sailed carrying substantial quantities of coal to fuel her steam engines. Coal represented essential cargo, but also significant weight. Combined with rough weather, changing cargo distribution, and continuous pounding from heavy seas, the ship may have become increasingly difficult to control. If structural damage developed below the waterline. Without wireless communication, the crew had no practical method of requesting assistance. Mechanical failure has also been considered. Steamship technology remained relatively new during the early 1840s. Engines occasionally broke down. Boilers required constant maintenance. Paddle wheel systems could sustain serious damage during violent storms. A disabled vessel drifting through winter seas faced extraordinary danger. If engine failure coincided with hurricane-force weather, Captain Roberts would have possessed few options. Unlike later maritime mysteries, investigators faced enormous technological limitations. The approximate search area covered millions of square miles. Ocean depths exceeded anything 19th-century explorers could investigate. No sonar existed. No underwater cameras. Even determining the ship's last position relied upon estimated navigation rather than precise satellite coordinates. If the President sank during a storm, she disappeared into one of the least accessible environments on Earth. Modern marine archaeologists occasionally revisit the case. Advances in deep-sea mapping have located many famous shipwrecks once considered impossible to find. Yet the President remains elusive. The North Atlantic has preserved countless maritime secrets beneath layers of sediment and immense depths. Without stronger evidence identifying a likely search location, locating the wreck remains extraordinarily difficult. It may still rest exactly where it fell in 1841, untouched for nearly 2 centuries. The disappearance also carried broader historical significance. The loss damaged public confidence in one of the earliest transatlantic steamship companies. Financial pressures mounted. Competition intensified. Within only a few years, the British and American Steam Navigation Company collapsed. Although several factors contributed to its decline, the loss of the President proved devastating. Sometimes, a single voyage changes not only the lives aboard, but the future of an entire industry. Looking back today, the President represents a transitional moment in maritime history. Humanity had embraced steam power. Industrial engineering promised greater reliability. Ocean travel seemed safer than ever before. Yet nature reminded everyone that innovation does not eliminate uncertainty. Technology evolves. The sea remains patient. Perhaps that is why the President continues to fascinate historians. Unlike many famous shipwrecks, there is no dramatic final distress call. No eyewitness account. No confirmed wreck lying beneath the waves. Only a departure. A storm. Scattered fragments. And silence. The Atlantic has guarded her final resting place for almost 2 centuries. Whether she will ever be found remains uncertain. Until then, the President continues sailing through history not as a successful steamship, but as one of America's earliest and most enduring maritime mysteries. Our next story takes us beneath the crystal-clear waters of Truk Lagoon, where an entire fleet of Japanese warships and merchant vessels rests on the seabed following one of the largest naval air attacks of the Second World War. Today, divers call it the Ghost Fleet of Truk Lagoon, a place where history appears frozen beneath the sea. The ocean is vast enough to hide entire fleets. But what happens when it swallows one of the most advanced military submarines ever built? Unlike surface ships, submarines are designed to disappear. They operate silently beneath the waves, often without anyone knowing their exact position. During the Cold War, secrecy was not just important. It was essential. Every patrol, every mission, every movement remained closely guarded. So when the USS Scorpion failed to return in 1968, the mystery immediately became far more than a naval tragedy. It became a matter of national security. 4 weeks. No one knew where one of America's nuclear-powered submarines, and her 99 crew members, had gone. When investigators finally located the wreck thousands of meters beneath the Atlantic, they found answers. But not enough to end the debate. More than half a century later, historians, engineers, and former naval officers still disagree about what truly caused the loss of the USS Scorpion. The USS Scorpion, SSN 589, was launched in 1960 as part of the United States Navy's rapidly expanding fleet of Skipjack-class nuclear-powered attack submarines. Powered by a nuclear reactor, the Scorpion could remain submerged for extended periods without refueling, travel at remarkable speeds underwater, and carry advanced torpedoes designed for anti-submarine warfare. She represented some of the most sophisticated naval technology of her generation. Her mission was straightforward: detect potential threats before they reached American shores. By 1968, the Cold War had entered one of its most tense periods. American and Soviet submarines routinely monitored one another across the Atlantic. Intelligence gathering, surveillance, electronic monitoring. These silent operations occurred almost daily beneath the surface, far from public attention. Although direct conflict was avoided, the underwater competition between the two superpowers remained intense. Every submarine carried not only sailors, but valuable military secrets. In May 1968, the Scorpion completed operations in the Mediterranean Sea and began her journey home to Naval Station Norfolk, Virginia. Captain Francis Atwood Slattery, an experienced submarine officer, commanded the vessel. Everything appeared routine. The submarine transmitted several scheduled communications while crossing the Atlantic. Then, on May 21, all contact ended. No distress signal followed. No emergency buoy surfaced. No explanation reached the Navy. The Scorpion had vanished. Initially, naval officials considered several possibilities. Perhaps communications equipment had failed. Perhaps the submarine had changed course because of operational requirements. Submarines often maintain strict radio silence during sensitive missions. Hours became days. Days became a week. Hope gradually gave way to concern. When the Scorpion failed to arrive at Norfolk as scheduled, the United States Navy launched one of the largest submarine search operations in history. Searching for a submarine presents challenges unlike almost any other maritime rescue. Surface ships leave debris, oil slicks, floating wreckage. A submarine sinking in deep water may leave virtually nothing visible from above. Investigators therefore relied upon a remarkable new source of information. An international network of underwater listening devices known as SOSUS, the Sound Surveillance System. Originally designed to detect Soviet submarines, SOSUS recorded unusual underwater acoustic events across vast sections of the Atlantic. Analysts carefully reviewed the recordings. Within weeks, they identified sounds consistent with a catastrophic underwater implosion. The recordings dramatically narrowed the possible search area. Using data from SOSUS alongside mathematical drift analysis and deep ocean mapping, investigators concentrated their efforts southwest of the Azores. Months later, in October 1968, the research vessel USNS Mizar located the wreck approximately 740 kilometers, 400 nautical miles, southwest of the islands. The submarine rested more than 3,000 meters, 10,000 feet, beneath the Atlantic. It was one of the deepest major underwater recoveries ever attempted at the time. Photographs taken by deep-sea cameras revealed a heartbreaking scene. The Scorpion lay broken into several large sections across the ocean floor. The pressure hull had collapsed under the immense weight of the deep ocean. At depths exceeding 3 kilometers, water pressure reaches roughly 300 times the atmospheric pressure at sea level. No submarine of that era could survive such conditions once structural integrity was lost. The question remained: what had happened before she reached those depths? One of the earliest theories involved a torpedo malfunction. The Scorpion carried advanced Mark 37 torpedoes equipped with acoustic homing systems. Some investigators proposed that one torpedo may have activated accidentally inside its tube. To prevent an onboard explosion, the crew might have attempted emergency procedures. If the weapon circled back toward the submarine after entering the water, a phenomenon sometimes called a circular run, it could have struck the Scorpion herself. Although dramatic, this theory remains controversial because available evidence cannot conclusively confirm it. Another possibility centers on battery explosions. Submarine batteries produce hydrogen gas during charging. If ventilation systems fail, hydrogen concentrations can become dangerous. Earlier submarine accidents had demonstrated that battery explosions could cause catastrophic damage. However, engineers examining the wreck found no definitive evidence proving that such an explosion initiated the disaster. It remains a possibility rather than an established conclusion. Mechanical failure has also received significant attention. Several maintenance reports prepared before the Scorpion's final deployment noted that certain systems required repair. Budget limitations and operational demands meant some maintenance had been postponed. Critics later questioned whether these unresolved issues contributed to the submarine's loss. Official investigations acknowledged maintenance concerns but found insufficient evidence linking any specific defect directly to the sinking. Predictably, Cold War secrecy generated additional speculation. Some authors suggested the Scorpion had collided with a Soviet submarine. Others claimed she had been attacked in retaliation for intelligence operations. Still others proposed accidental involvement in classified military incidents. Decades of historical research, including information released after the end of the Cold War, have produced no credible evidence supporting deliberate Soviet action. Former Soviet naval officials consistently denied involvement, and no verified documents have emerged proving otherwise. While such theories remain popular in books and documentaries, most historians consider them unlikely. The United States Navy's official court of inquiry examined thousands of pages of evidence. Engineering analyses, acoustic recordings, maintenance histories, photographic surveys, witness testimony. Despite this enormous effort, investigators ultimately concluded that the precise initiating event could not be determined with certainty. The official finding acknowledged several plausible scenarios while stopping short of identifying one definitive cause. That conclusion remains unchanged today. Although the Scorpion's mystery endures, her disappearance transformed oceanographic science. The search pioneered techniques combining acoustic monitoring, statistical analysis, and deep-sea imaging. Many methods later used to locate famous wrecks, including the RMS Titanic in 1985, built upon experience gained during the searches for the USS Scorpion and the earlier USS Thresher. In that sense, tragedy accelerated scientific innovation. Today, the wreck remains under continuous observation by the United States Navy. Periodic environmental studies monitor the condition of the nuclear reactor and surrounding ecosystem. Scientific assessments have consistently found no evidence of dangerous levels of radioactive contamination escaping into the surrounding ocean. The site is treated as a protected military grave. The 99 sailors who disappeared aboard the Scorpion remain there still. Perhaps the greatest lesson of the USS Scorpion is one of humility. Humanity had mastered nuclear power. Built submarines capable of crossing oceans beneath the surface. Developed technologies once considered impossible. Yet the deep Atlantic still possessed enough power to conceal one of the world's most advanced machines. And to leave generations of investigators debating exactly how it was lost. Sometimes, even the greatest engineering achievements remain vulnerable to the oldest force on Earth. The sea. Our next mystery takes us back to the age of steam and follows another massive passenger liner that disappeared in the North Atlantic with everyone aboard. Despite extensive searches and decades of speculation, no confirmed trace of the vessel was ever found, making her one of the greatest missing ships of the Victorian era. The ship was the SS Naronic. Imagine descending slowly through warm, crystal-clear blue water. Sunlight fades with every passing meter. The outline of a ship begins to appear beneath you. Then another. And another. Soon, you realize you are not exploring a single shipwreck. You are drifting through an entire fleet. Cargo ships. Oil tankers. Destroyers. Submarines. Aircraft resting on the seabed. Military trucks still parked inside cargo holds. Bottles stacked neatly on shelves. Gas masks. Helmets. Telephones. Even fighter aircraft sitting exactly where they fell more than 80 years ago. It feels less like visiting a wreck, and more like stepping into a moment that time forgot. Welcome to Truck Lagoon, one of the largest underwater graveyards on Earth. Unlike many mysteries in this documentary, historians know exactly how these ships were lost. But what still fascinates divers, archaeologists, and military historians is how perfectly the lagoon preserved an entire chapter of history beneath the sea. Today, Truck Lagoon, officially known as Chuck Lagoon, lies within the Federated States of Micronesia, deep in the western Pacific Ocean. Its calm waters hide one of the greatest concentrations of shipwrecks anywhere in the world. More than 60 major Japanese ships and hundreds of aircraft remain scattered across the lagoon floor. Together, they form what many divers simply call the Ghost Fleet. Before the Second World War, Truck Lagoon served as one of the most important naval bases of the Imperial Japanese Navy. Its natural coral atoll created an enormous protected harbor. Repair docks, fuel depots, supply warehouses, airfields. Warships from across the Pacific gathered here before major operations. Military planners often compared Truck to the American base at Pearl Harbor because of its strategic importance. Whoever controlled Truck possessed enormous influence over the Central Pacific. By early 1944, however, the balance of the war had begun shifting. American forces steadily advanced across the Pacific. Military intelligence identified Truck as a critical logistical center supporting Japanese operations. If the base could be neutralized, future Allied advances would become far easier. The decision was made. Rather than launching an immediate invasion, the United States Navy would first destroy the fleet anchored inside the lagoon. On February 17, 1944, Operation Hailstone began. Aircraft launched from American aircraft carriers appeared over Truck almost without warning. Fighter planes, dive bombers, torpedo bombers. Wave after wave attacked ships, fuel depots, airfields, and defensive positions. For nearly 2 days, the lagoon became one of the most intense battlefields in the Pacific. Explosions echoed across the islands. Ships burned. Aircraft fell from the sky. Columns of black smoke rose thousands of feet above the water. Many Japanese commanders had anticipated the possibility of attack and had already ordered several major warships to leave the lagoon days earlier. Even so, dozens of transport ships, auxiliary vessels, submarines, smaller naval craft, and merchant ships remained. They suddenly found themselves trapped inside a harbor under relentless aerial assault. Without effective air superiority, escape became nearly impossible. One after another, ships were struck by bombs and torpedoes. Some exploded immediately. Others slowly filled with water before settling onto the lagoon floor. Cargo vessels carrying ammunition erupted into enormous fireballs. Oil tankers transformed into floating infernos. Aircraft attempting to take off were destroyed before gaining altitude. Within 48 hours, the Imperial Japanese Navy had suffered one of its greatest single defeats of the Pacific War. Unlike deep ocean wrecks scattered across thousands of square miles, most Truck Lagoon shipwrecks came to rest inside relatively sheltered water. That unique environment helped preserve them remarkably well. Coral gradually covered steel hulls. Marine life transformed guns into artificial reefs. Colorful fish now swim through engine rooms that once echoed with machinery. Nature slowly reclaimed the battlefield, without completely erasing it. Divers exploring the lagoon often describe an overwhelming sense of respect. Inside cargo holds, construction equipment still rests exactly where it was loaded. Motorcycles remain secured for transport. Stacks of artillery shells line storage compartments. Medical bottles, gas masks, bulldozers, aircraft engines. Every artifact provides another glimpse into wartime logistics frozen beneath the sea. Marine archaeologists consider Truk one of the world's most important underwater historical sites because of this extraordinary preservation. Perhaps the most haunting discoveries involve the aircraft. Throughout the lagoon, dozens of Japanese fighters and bombers rest on the seabed. Some still display recognizable markings. Cockpit instruments remain visible. Propellers extend outward as though waiting for engines that will never start again. For historians, these aircraft represent invaluable archaeological evidence. For divers, they create unforgettable moments. Not everything recovered from Truk concerns military equipment. Personal belongings also remain. Shoes, dishes, writing tools, eyeglasses, bottles of medicine, kitchen utensils. Everyday objects remind visitors that behind every ship stood real people. Young sailors, mechanics, doctors, cooks, radio operators. Many never escaped the attack. Current historical estimates suggest that thousands of Japanese personnel lost their lives during Operation Hailstone. The lagoon became both a military site and a war cemetery. Because of that history, responsible diving organizations encourage respectful exploration. Removing artifacts is prohibited under local regulations. Marine archaeologists carefully document discoveries rather than disturbing them. Every object left in place helps preserve the historical integrity of the site. The Ghost Fleet belongs not only to one nation, but to world history. Over the decades, Truk Lagoon has inspired countless myths. Some divers claim they hear distant metallic knocking inside wrecks. Others describe unusual feelings while swimming through silent engine rooms. Stories circulate about shadowy figures glimpsed in low visibility. Scientists generally attribute such experiences to the unique psychological effects of deep diving, filtered light, enclosed spaces, and heightened emotional awareness. No credible evidence supports paranormal claims. Yet almost everyone who visits agrees on one point. There is something profoundly moving about floating through an underwater battlefield where history remains so vividly preserved. Marine biologists also study the lagoon extensively. Coral reefs have colonized the wrecks, transforming instruments of war into thriving ecosystems. Sea turtles rest upon anti-aircraft guns. Schools of tropical fish weave through cargo cranes. Soft corals blanket steel hulls once built for destruction. It is one of nature's most remarkable transformations. Life growing from the remains of conflict. Unlike many mysteries in this documentary, Truk Lagoon does not ask us to solve an unexplained disappearance. Instead, it asks a different question. How should humanity preserve places where history, archaeology, and memory exist together? Every wreck tells two stories. One of engineering. One of human lives interrupted by war. Understanding both is essential. Today, the Ghost Fleet of Truk Lagoon remains one of the most extraordinary underwater museums anywhere on Earth. It reminds us that the sea does not simply destroy history. Sometimes, it protects it. Steel rusts. Wood decays. But memory survives beneath the waves, waiting patiently for those willing to look deeper. Our next mystery returns to the Cold War, when one of the most advanced nuclear submarines in the United States Navy vanished beneath the Atlantic Ocean. For months, no one knew where she had gone, and the groundbreaking search that followed forever changed the science of deep-sea exploration. The vessel was the USS Scorpion. The ocean is vast enough to hide entire fleets. But what happens when it swallows one of the most advanced military submarines ever built? Unlike surface ships, submarines are designed to disappear. They operate silently beneath the waves, often without anyone knowing their exact position. During the Cold War, secrecy was not just important. It was essential. Every patrol, Every mission, every movement remained closely guarded. So when the USS Scorpion failed to return in 1968, the mystery immediately became far more than a naval tragedy. It became a matter of national security. For weeks, no one knew where one of America's nuclear-powered submarines, and her 99 crew members, had gone. When investigators finally located the wreck thousands of meters beneath the Atlantic, they found answers. But not enough to end the debate. More than half a century later, historians, engineers, and former naval officers still disagree about what truly caused the loss of the USS Scorpion. The USS Scorpion, SSN 589, was launched in 1960 as part of the United States Navy's rapidly expanding fleet of skipjack-class nuclear-powered attack submarines. Powered by a nuclear reactor, the Scorpion could remain submerged for extended periods without refueling, travel at remarkable speeds underwater, and carry advanced torpedoes designed for anti-submarine warfare. She represented some of the most sophisticated naval technology of her generation. Her mission was straightforward. Detect potential threats before they reached American shores. By 1968, the Cold War had entered one of its most tense periods. American and Soviet submarines routinely monitored one another across the Atlantic. Intelligence gathering, surveillance, electronic monitoring. These silent operations occurred almost daily beneath the surface, far from public attention. Although direct conflict was avoided, the underwater competition between the two superpowers remained intense. Every submarine carried not only sailors, but valuable military secrets. In May 1968, the Scorpion completed operations in the Mediterranean Sea and began her journey home to Naval Station Norfolk, Virginia. Captain Francis Atwood Slattery, an experienced submarine officer, commanded the vessel. Everything appeared routine. The submarine transmitted several scheduled communications while crossing the Atlantic. Then, on May 21, all contact ended. No distress signal followed. No emergency buoy surfaced. No explanation reached the Navy. The Scorpion had vanished. Initially, naval officials considered several possibilities. Perhaps communications equipment had failed. Perhaps the submarine had changed course because of operational requirements. Submarines often maintain strict radio silence during sensitive missions. Hours became days. Days became a week. Hope gradually gave way to concern. When the Scorpion failed to arrive at Norfolk as scheduled, the United States Navy launched one of the largest submarine search operations in history. Searching for a submarine presents challenges unlike almost any other maritime rescue. Surface ships leave debris, oil slicks, floating wreckage. A submarine sinking in deep water may leave virtually nothing visible from above. Investigators therefore relied upon a remarkable new source of information. An international network of underwater listening devices known as SOSUS, the Sound Surveillance System. Originally designed to detect Soviet submarines, SOSUS recorded unusual underwater acoustic events across vast sections of the Atlantic. Analysts carefully reviewed the recordings. Within weeks, they identified sounds consistent with a catastrophic underwater implosion. The recordings dramatically narrowed the possible search area. Using data from SOSUS alongside mathematical drift analysis and deep ocean mapping, investigators concentrated their efforts southwest of the Azores. Months later, in October 1968, the research vessel USNS Mizar located the wreck approximately 740 kilometers, 400 nautical miles, southwest of the islands. The submarine rested more than 3,000 meters, 10,000 feet, beneath the Atlantic. It was one of the deepest major underwater recoveries ever attempted at the time. Photographs taken by deep-sea cameras revealed a heartbreaking scene. The Scorpion lay broken into several large sections across the ocean floor. The pressure hull had collapsed under the immense weight of the deep ocean. At depths exceeding 3 kilometers, water pressure reaches roughly 300 times the atmospheric pressure at sea level. No submarine of that era could survive such conditions once structural integrity was lost. The question remained. What had happened before she reached those depths? One of the earliest theories involved a torpedo malfunction. The Scorpion carried advanced Mark 37 torpedoes equipped with acoustic homing systems. Some investigators proposed that one torpedo may have activated accidentally inside its tube. To prevent an onboard explosion, the crew might have attempted emergency procedures. If the weapon circled back toward the submarine after entering the water, a phenomenon sometimes called a circular run, it could have struck the Scorpion herself. Although dramatic, this theory remains controversial because available evidence cannot conclusively confirm it. Another possibility centers on battery explosions. Submarine batteries produce hydrogen gas during charging. If ventilation systems fail, hydrogen concentrations can become dangerous. Earlier submarine accidents had demonstrated that battery explosions could cause catastrophic damage. However, engineers examining the wreck found no definitive evidence proving that such an explosion initiated the disaster. It remains a possibility rather than an established conclusion. Mechanical failure has also received significant attention. Several maintenance reports prepared before the Scorpion's final deployment noted that certain systems required repair. Budget limitations and operational demands meant some maintenance had been postponed. Critics later questioned whether these unresolved issues contributed to the submarine's loss. Official investigations acknowledged maintenance concerns but found insufficient evidence linking any specific defect directly to the sinking. Predictably, Cold War secrecy generated additional speculation. Some authors suggested the Scorpion had collided with a Soviet submarine. Others claimed she had been attacked in retaliation for intelligence operations. Still others proposed accidental involvement in classified military incidents. Decades of historical research, including information released after the end of the Cold War, have produced no credible evidence supporting deliberate Soviet action. Former Soviet naval officials consistently denied involvement, and no verified documents have emerged proving otherwise. While such theories remain popular in books and documentaries, most historians consider them unlikely. The United States Navy's official court of inquiry examined thousands of pages of evidence. Engineering analyses, acoustic recordings, maintenance histories, photographic surveys, witness testimony. Despite this enormous effort, investigators ultimately concluded that the precise initiating event could not be determined with certainty. The official finding acknowledged several plausible scenarios while stopping short of identifying one definitive cause. That conclusion remains unchanged today. Although the Scorpion's mystery endures, her disappearance transformed oceanographic science. The search pioneered techniques combining acoustic monitoring, statistical analysis, and deep-sea imaging. Many methods later used to locate famous wrecks, including the RMS Titanic in 1985, built upon experience gained during the searches for the USS Scorpion and the earlier USS Thresher. In that sense, tragedy accelerated scientific innovation. Today, the wreck remains under continuous observation by the United States Navy. Periodic environmental studies monitor the condition of the nuclear reactor and surrounding ecosystem. Scientific assessments have consistently found no evidence of dangerous levels of radioactive contamination escaping into the surrounding ocean. The site is treated as a protected military grave. The 99 sailors who disappeared aboard the Scorpion remain there still. Perhaps the greatest lesson of the USS Scorpion is one of humility. Humanity had mastered nuclear power. Built submarines capable of crossing oceans beneath the surface. Developed technologies once considered impossible. Yet the deep Atlantic still possessed enough power to conceal one of the world's most advanced machines. And to leave generations of investigators debating exactly how it was lost. Sometimes, even the greatest engineering achievements remain vulnerable to the oldest force on Earth. The sea. Our next mystery takes us back to the age of steam and follows another massive passenger liner that disappeared in the North Atlantic with everyone aboard. Despite extensive searches and decades of speculation, no confirmed trace of the vessel was ever found, making her one of the greatest missing ships of the Victorian era. The ship was the SS Naronic. There are shipwrecks that leave behind broken hulls. There are disasters that leave behind survivors. And then there are ships that vanish so completely that even history struggles to explain where they went. No wreck. No confirmed debris field. No distress message. No eyewitness to the final moments. Only a departure. And silence. Among the greatest disappearances of the Victorian era, few are more unsettling than the story of the SS Naronic. She was one of the newest and strongest cargo liners of her time. Built by one of Britain's most respected shipping companies. Commanded by an experienced captain. Crossing a route sailed thousands of times before. Yet somewhere in the icy North Atlantic during the winter of 1893. She disappeared with 74 people aboard. More than 130 years later, no confirmed wreck has ever been found. The SS Naronic was launched in 1892 for the famous White Star Line, the same company that would later operate the RMS Titanic. Unlike many White Star vessels designed primarily for passengers, the Naronic served as a livestock and cargo carrier. She measured approximately 470 feet, 143 meters, in length and represented some of the most advanced merchant ship engineering of her day. Her enormous cargo holds carried cattle, wool, food supplies, and manufactured goods across the Atlantic, while a limited number of passenger cabins accommodated travelers making the crossing between Liverpool and New York. She was considered modern, reliable, powerful. Exactly the kind of vessel shipowners trusted during difficult winter voyages. On February 11, 1893, Captain William Roberts departed Liverpool, England, bound for New York City. The Naronic carried a crew of around 60 sailors, along with approximately 14 passengers, making a total of 74 souls aboard. Her cargo included thousands of tons of general freight and a large number of live cattle destined for American markets. The North Atlantic in February has never been forgiving. Towering waves. Freezing temperatures. Violent storms capable of developing with little warning. Experienced captains respected these waters because they understood one simple truth. Winter always had the final word. The first few days of the voyage appeared uneventful. No report suggested mechanical problems. The engines functioned normally. Weather forecasts, primitive by modern standards, indicated seasonal storms but nothing obviously extraordinary. Then, the Naronic simply stopped communicating. In the 19th century, that was not immediately alarming. Ships had no wireless radio. Once they disappeared beyond the horizon, contact ceased until they reached another port. Families waited patiently. Shipping companies assumed delays. But when the expected arrival date passed, concern began to grow. Days turned into weeks. No harbor reported seeing the Naronic. No passing vessel encountered her. Insurance companies requested information. The White Star Line contacted ports across both sides of the Atlantic. Merchant captains arriving in New York and Liverpool were questioned carefully. No one had seen the ship. It was as though the ocean had erased her completely. Then, months later, the Atlantic offered two unsettling clues. The first consisted of several damaged lifeboats and floating wreckage discovered in different locations. Although some items were believed to resemble equipment used aboard the Naronic, none could be conclusively identified. Ocean currents often carry debris enormous distances, making precise identification extremely difficult. The second clue proved even stranger. A bottle reportedly washed ashore containing a handwritten message. According to newspaper reports of the time, the note read, Naronic sinking in latitude 43 degrees north, longitude 30 degrees west. We are surrounded by icebergs. Great danger. If genuine, it would represent one of the earliest examples of a desperate message in a bottle from a sinking ship. Unfortunately, historians have never been able to authenticate the document. Its origin remains uncertain. Some researchers believe it may have been fabricated by newspapers seeking sensational headlines. Others argue it could have been genuine but impossible to verify. The mystery endures. Attention quickly turned toward possible causes. One leading theory involved icebergs. The North Atlantic shipping lanes have long crossed regions where drifting Arctic ice poses a serious hazard. Nearly 2 decades later, the Titanic would tragically demonstrate that danger to the entire world. If the Naronic struck an iceberg at speed during darkness or poor visibility, catastrophic flooding might have occurred before the crew could organize an effective response. Without wireless communication, no distress call would have been possible. Another possibility centers on heavy weather. Historical records confirm that several severe storms crossed the North Atlantic during February 1893. Large livestock carriers faced unique challenges in rough seas. Thousands of pounds of living cargo shifted constantly as animals moved within their pens. If violent rolling caused cattle to break restraints or shift weight suddenly, the ship's stability could have been seriously compromised. Marine historians consider cargo movement a credible contributing factor during extreme weather. Structural failure has also been discussed. Although the Naronic was relatively new, 19th-century steel shipbuilding remained an evolving science. Repeated stress from enormous Atlantic waves occasionally caused unexpected damage to hull plating or riveted joints. No evidence confirms such a failure aboard the Naronic. Yet without locating the wreck, engineers cannot rule it out. Some of the more sensational theories suggested explosion, sabotage, or even mutiny. These ideas attracted newspaper attention but received little support from investigators. No credible evidence indicated criminal activity. The professionalism of Captain Roberts and his officers also makes deliberate misconduct highly unlikely. Most maritime historians continue to favor a natural disaster involving weather, ice, or structural damage. The precise sequence of events, however, remains unknown. What makes the Naronic especially significant is the era in which she disappeared. This was the final generation of major Atlantic liners operating before wireless radio transformed maritime safety. When ships vanished in the 19th century, rescue efforts often began only after they failed to arrive. By then, any opportunity to locate survivors had usually disappeared. The Naronic stands as one of the clearest reminders of how isolated ocean travel once truly was. Marine archaeologists have occasionally attempted to estimate where the wreck might lie. Unfortunately, the possible search area covers tens of thousands of square miles. Powerful Atlantic currents complicate debris analysis. Deep water exceeding 4,000 meters hides countless wrecks beneath layers of sediment. Even with today's sonar technology, locating a single ship without reliable last known coordinates remains extraordinarily difficult. The Naronic may rest on the seabed waiting to be discovered. Or she may remain hidden for centuries more. The disappearance also affected the reputation of the White Star Line. Although the company continued expanding successfully, the loss reminded shipowners that even their newest vessels remained vulnerable to the Atlantic. Ironically, less than 20 years later, White Star would face an even greater tragedy with the sinking of the Titanic. The lessons of the Naronic were not forgotten. But neither were they enough. Today, historians remember the Naronic not because she was the largest ship to disappear, or because her loss claimed the greatest number of lives. They remember her because she vanished so completely. No verified wreck. No survivor testimony. No definitive explanation. Only questions carried across generations. Perhaps somewhere beneath the cold Atlantic, her hull still rests intact beneath thick layers of sediment. Perhaps future deep-sea exploration will finally reveal her location. Until then, the SS Naronic remains exactly what she became in the winter of 1893. A ship that sailed into history and never sailed back. Our next mystery follows a Japanese cargo vessel that transmitted one of the most chilling distress messages ever received at sea before disappearing into the Devil's Sea, a region long associated with strange legends, violent storms, and unexplained vanishings. The ship was the MV Raifuku Maru. Some distress calls are calm. Others are rushed. A few become unforgettable. According to one of the most enduring stories in maritime history, a Japanese cargo ship radioed a chilling final message before disappearing into one of the most dangerous stretches of the Pacific Ocean. The words have been repeated for nearly a century. Danger like dagger now. Come quick. Whether those were the exact words or a simplified translation has been debated by historians for decades. But one fact is beyond dispute. The ship was in serious trouble. Moments later, she vanished. No one aboard would ever be heard from again. The vessel was the MV Raifuku Maru, and her disappearance helped fuel legends surrounding the mysterious waters east of Japan that some later writers would call the Devil's Sea. The Raifuku Maru was a Japanese cargo steamship built in the early 20th century for international commercial trade. Like thousands of merchant vessels operating during the 1920s, she regularly crossed the Pacific carrying cargo between Japan, North America, and other trading ports. She was neither experimental nor unusually old. She represented a typical ocean-going freighter of her era. Her crew understood the Pacific well. Storms were expected. Danger was respected. The voyage itself appeared routine. In April 1925, the Raifuku Maru departed Moji, Japan, bound for the United States with a cargo that reportedly included general commercial goods. Captain and crew anticipated another long Pacific crossing. The route would take them through waters that, while heavily traveled, were also capable of producing some of the most violent weather on Earth. Where warm tropical air meets powerful low-pressure systems, the Pacific can transform from calm seas into mountainous waves within hours. Even today, modern cargo ships occasionally alter course to avoid these conditions. As the voyage progressed, weather began deteriorating. Historical records indicate that the ship encountered an intense storm in the North Pacific. Heavy seas developed. Visibility declined. Powerful winds battered the vessel. The crew transmitted distress messages requesting immediate assistance. Nearby ships attempted to respond despite the worsening conditions. One of those vessels was the British liner RMS Homeric, which altered course after receiving the emergency signal. But the sea had already become extraordinarily dangerous. The Raifuku Maru's radio operator continued transmitting updates as the situation worsened. Contemporary newspaper reports described increasingly desperate communications. The message most frequently quoted in later retellings became, "Danger like dagger now. Come quick." Maritime historians caution that this wording was almost certainly influenced by translation from Japanese into English and by early 20th century radio reporting. The original communication may have carried a different nuance. What remains clear, however, is that the ship faced an immediate life-threatening emergency. When rescue vessels finally reached the approximate position, the Raifuku Maru was gone. No survivors were found. No lifeboats. Only scattered debris floating across the storm-tossed Pacific. The ship had disappeared with all 38 people aboard. The ocean had once again erased nearly every direct clue. In the years that followed, the dramatic distress message captured public imagination. Writers began linking the disappearance to a region later popularized as the Devil's Sea, located south of Japan. Sometimes described as the Pacific counterpart to the Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Sea became associated with stories of vanished ships, strange magnetic anomalies, and unexplained events. Books and television programs often included the Raifuku Maru as one of its most famous victims. But how accurate is that connection? Modern historians urge caution. The exact location of the Raifuku Maru's loss appears to place her in the open North Pacific during severe weather rather than within the loosely defined boundaries often associated with the so-called Devil's Sea. Furthermore, many sensational claims surrounding the region originated decades after the sinking. Like the legend of the Octavius, later storytelling sometimes blurred the line between documented history and popular folklore. So what most likely happened? The strongest explanation points toward extreme weather. Meteorological records confirm that a powerful storm affected the region during the ship's final voyage. Oceanographers note that North Pacific storms can generate waves exceeding 15 meters, 50 feet, with occasional rogue waves reaching even greater heights. For cargo ships of the 1920s, such conditions presented enormous risks. Repeated impacts from heavy seas could damage cargo hatches, flood holds, reduce stability, and eventually overwhelm even well-built vessels. Another possibility involves cargo shifting. If heavy cargo broke loose during violent rolling, the vessel could develop a dangerous list. As one side settled lower into the water, each incoming wave would deliver even more flooding. The situation could deteriorate with frightening speed. Once stability was lost, recovery became almost impossible. Without modern emergency systems, the crew's final radio messages may have been the only warning anyone ever received. Some authors have proposed more unusual explanations. Magnetic disturbances, sea monsters, underwater volcanic activity, even extraterrestrial encounters. These ideas continue appearing in popular mystery books and documentaries. However, no credible scientific evidence supports such claims. Marine researchers point instead to well-understood natural hazards, storms, rogue waves, structural stress, and navigational challenges, that have claimed countless ships throughout history. Reality, they argue, is dramatic enough without adding the supernatural. Interestingly, the Raifuku Maru also illustrates how language can shape legend. The famous phrase, "danger like dagger now," sounds mysterious and poetic in English. Yet linguists believe it was probably the result of simplified translation or interpretation during early international radio communication. What Japanese sailors actually intended to express may have been something far more straightforward. The ship was in immediate danger. Help was urgently needed. Sometimes history remembers the translation more vividly than the original words. The loss of the Raifuku Maru also highlighted the limitations of maritime rescue during the early 20th century. Radio had revolutionized communication, but it had not eliminated distance. Even after receiving a distress signal, nearby ships often required many hours to reach the reported location. During violent storms, those hours could mean the difference between survival and disappearance. The crew succeeded in calling for help. The ocean simply moved faster than the rescuers. Today, no confirmed wreck of the Raifuku Maru has been identified. The North Pacific remains vast, with many areas extending thousands of meters below the surface. Without precise coordinates, locating a single cargo ship after a century presents an extraordinary challenge. Her final resting place almost certainly still lies somewhere beneath those deep waters. Waiting. Silent. Undisturbed. Perhaps that is why the Raifuku Maru continues capturing the imagination. Not because her disappearance defies science, but because it reminds us how fragile certainty becomes when storms erase nearly every trace. A brief radio transmission. A desperate crew. A rescue that arrived too late. And a mystery that grew larger with every retelling. Sometimes legends begin with only a few words carried across the sea. Our next mystery leaves the Pacific behind and travels to the rugged coastline of Rhode Island, where, for centuries, witnesses have reported seeing an eerie phantom glow moving across the water. Some believe it marks the spirits of a doomed ship. Others argue it has a perfectly natural explanation. The legend is known as the Palatine Light. Not every maritime mystery lies beneath the waves. Some appear above them. A distant glow. Flickering across dark water. Visible for only a few moments before fading into the night. For generations, sailors have reported strange lights at sea. Sometimes they can be explained. Electrical storms. Atmospheric refraction. Bioluminescent organisms. Ships beyond the horizon. But every so often, a light appears where no vessel should be. Along the rocky shores of Block Island, Rhode Island, one such legend has survived for more than 260 years. Locals call it the Palatine Light. Some claim it is the ghostly outline of a burning ship forever searching for shore. Others believe it is simply a trick of nature that became one of America's oldest maritime legends. Whatever the truth, the story refuses to disappear. The legend begins in the winter of 1738, when the merchant ship Princess Augusta departed Rotterdam carrying hundreds of immigrants bound for the American colonies. Many passengers hoped to begin entirely new lives across the Atlantic. Like countless emigrants of the 18th century, they endured cramped conditions, limited food supplies, disease, and unpredictable weather during the long ocean crossing. 4 weeks. The voyage became increasingly desperate. Historical records confirm that severe storms battered the North Atlantic during the ship's approach to North America. Supplies dwindled. Many passengers became seriously ill. Navigation grew increasingly difficult. Eventually, the damaged vessel drifted toward Block Island, a windswept island located roughly 13 miles, 21 kilometers, off the coast of present-day Rhode Island. What happened next depends upon whether one reads documented history or local folklore. According to historical accounts, the Princess Augusta struck a sandbar near Block Island during a violent storm. Rescue efforts eventually brought many survivors ashore despite terrible conditions. Several passengers later died from illness and exposure after reaching land. The wreck itself gradually broke apart under relentless waves. Those basic facts are supported by historical evidence. The legend begins afterward. As the story spread through New England, dramatic details began appearing. Some versions claimed desperate passengers begged local residents for help but were ignored. Others accused islanders of deliberately delaying rescue to plunder valuable cargo. The most famous version tells of the abandoned wreck catching fire after the surviving crew escaped. Night after night, witnesses supposedly saw a burning ship glowing offshore before disappearing into darkness. Locals came to believe they were witnessing the doomed vessel reliving its final moments. The mysterious apparition became known as the Palatine Light. Interestingly, the name itself contains a historical misunderstanding. Many people refer to the wreck as the Palatine ship, assuming that was its actual name. In reality, historians identify the vessel as the Princess Augusta. The term Palatine referred to many of the German-speaking immigrants aboard, often called Palatines because many originated from the Palatinate region of what is now Germany. Over time, the passenger's identity gradually became attached to the ship itself. Eventually, the legend overshadowed the historical record. Reports of the mysterious light continued throughout the 18th and 19th centuries. Fishermen, lighthouse keepers, visiting sailors, even respected local residents occasionally claimed to witness an orange or yellow glow moving offshore during dark nights. Some described what appeared to be the outline of a burning sailing ship. Others reported only a flickering light hovering above the horizon. Descriptions varied considerably. That inconsistency would later become important. By the late 19th century, the Palatine Light had become firmly established in regional folklore. American newspapers occasionally mentioned the phenomenon. Writers included it in collections of ghost stories from New England. Visitors traveled to Block Island hoping to witness the famous apparition themselves. Some left convinced they had seen it. Many saw nothing at all. So, What causes the mysterious light? Several scientific explanations have been proposed. One of the strongest involves atmospheric refraction, sometimes called a superior mirage. Under certain temperature conditions, light from distant ships beyond the horizon can bend through layers of air, making vessels appear elevated, distorted, or strangely luminous. To observers unfamiliar with the phenomenon, such images may seem almost supernatural. Another possibility involves ordinary maritime traffic. Block Island lies near busy shipping routes along the northeastern United States. Lights from distant vessels occasionally appear distorted by fog, humidity, or changing atmospheric conditions. Combined with expectation and local legend, the human brain naturally interprets unusual lights according to familiar stories. Psychologists refer to this process as expectation bias. When people anticipate seeing something mysterious, ambiguous visual information often becomes easier to interpret as extraordinary. Some researchers have suggested that marsh gas or other naturally occurring light phenomena may also contribute to occasional reports. Others point to electrical effects associated with certain weather conditions. No single explanation accounts for every reported sighting. However, none requires paranormal activity. The absence of a complete explanation, of course, has helped the legend survive. That does not diminish the historical tragedy behind the story. The passengers aboard the Princess Augusta endured extraordinary hardship. Many fled poverty and conflict hoping for safer lives across the Atlantic. Instead, they encountered one final storm near the end of their journey. Their suffering became woven into local memory. Like many legends, the Palatine Light reflects real human experiences transformed through generations of storytelling. Maritime historians often use the Palatine Light as an example of how folklore develops. A documented shipwreck. Repeated reports of unusual lights. Community storytelling. Newspaper embellishment. Tourism. Over decades, separate elements merge into a single enduring legend. The process is remarkably common around coastlines throughout the world. Ghost ships frequently begin not with supernatural events, but with ordinary mysteries left unexplained long enough for imagination to take over. Even today, visitors occasionally report seeing strange lights near Block Island. Most observations eventually receive ordinary explanations. A distant fishing vessel. Atmospheric distortion. Coastal navigation lights. Yet every unexplained sighting adds another chapter to the legend. Because legends rarely depend upon proof. They depend upon possibility. Perhaps that is why the Palatine Light has endured for nearly 3 centuries. Not because it can be conclusively demonstrated. Nor because it has been conclusively disproven. It survives because every dark coastline invites questions. Every flickering light beyond the waves suggests another story waiting to be told. Whether that light belongs to a distant ship, or only to history itself, depends upon where one chooses to look. Our next mystery returns to documented maritime history and follows a cargo vessel that disappeared in the waters of Southeast Asia, leaving behind almost no trace. Despite extensive searches, investigators were unable to determine exactly what happened, making her one of the region's lesser-known but deeply puzzling maritime disappearances. The vessel was the SS Bintang. The world's greatest maritime mysteries are not always the ones that dominate headlines. Some disappear quietly. No international media frenzy. No blockbuster movies. No famous books. Just a ship. A crew. A routine voyage. And then, silence. These lesser-known disappearances often become the hardest to solve because fewer records survive, fewer witnesses come forward, and over time the evidence slowly fades into history. One such mystery belongs to the SS Bintang. She was neither the largest vessel of her era nor the most famous. Yet her disappearance in the busy waters of Southeast Asia remains one of those unsettling cases where the sea seems to have erased almost every clue. For historians, it is a reminder that not every mystery receives worldwide attention. Some simply vanish from public memory, even when their questions remain unanswered. The SS Bintang was a merchant cargo vessel operating in the mid-20th century, carrying commercial freight through the shipping lanes of Southeast Asia. At the time, these waters connected some of the busiest ports in the world. Ships routinely transported rubber, timber, machinery, food supplies, textiles, and manufactured goods between Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, and neighboring regions. The routes were economically vital. Day and night, merchant vessels crossed these seas in every direction. To experienced captains, the voyage was considered routine. But routine does not always mean safe. Unlike the open Atlantic or Pacific, the seas surrounding Southeast Asia present a unique combination of hazards. Narrow shipping channels. Rapidly changing tropical weather. Powerful seasonal monsoons. Coral reefs. Shallow shoals. Heavy commercial traffic. Even modern navigators must remain constantly alert. Long before satellite navigation and automated collision warning systems, safe passage depended almost entirely on charts, lookouts, and local knowledge. One mistake could become irreversible. During her final voyage, the SS Bintang departed with a normal cargo and an experienced crew. Historical records concerning the exact details of the voyage are limited, one reason the case remains so difficult to reconstruct today. What is known is that the vessel never completed her scheduled journey. When expected arrival reports failed to appear, concern gradually spread among shipping companies and port authorities. At first, delays seemed possible. Mechanical issues occasionally slowed cargo ships. Weather sometimes forced temporary course changes. But as hours became days, the possibility of something far more serious could no longer be ignored. Search operations began along the vessel's projected route. Nearby merchant ships were asked to remain vigilant. Coastal authorities examined reports from fishing communities. Aircraft searched likely areas whenever weather permitted. Yet the results proved deeply frustrating. No confirmed lifeboats. No verified distress transmission. Very little floating wreckage. The sea had offered almost nothing. For investigators, this absence of evidence created the central mystery. Large ships rarely disappear without leaving some trace behind. Even severe sinkings often scatter cargo, fuel, or structural debris across the water. The SS Bintang seemed to have slipped beneath the surface with extraordinary speed, or perhaps somewhere no one expected. Without reliable physical evidence, investigators were forced to consider multiple possibilities rather than one clear explanation. The first and most widely accepted theory involves severe tropical weather. Southeast Asia regularly experiences violent squalls capable of forming with remarkable speed. Meteorological records from the region show that localized storms can generate powerful winds, steep seas, and intense rainfall while affecting relatively small geographic areas. A ship caught unexpectedly inside one of these systems may encounter conditions far worse than nearby vessels experience only a few miles away. If flooding developed rapidly, the crew might have had little opportunity to organize an effective response. Another possibility centers on collision. The shipping lanes around the Strait of Malacca and surrounding waters have long ranked among the busiest in the world. Before modern radar became widespread, collisions occasionally occurred during darkness, heavy rain, or poor visibility. If the Bintang struck another vessel or submerged hazard below the waterline, catastrophic flooding might have followed. However, no confirmed reports exist of another ship sustaining collision damage consistent with such an event during the relevant period. That absence leaves the theory plausible, but unproven. Mechanical failure also remains under consideration. Merchant ships operate under enormous physical stress. Engines, steering systems, hull structures, cargo handling equipment. Any major failure during rough weather increases danger dramatically. Historical records from similar vessels demonstrate that seemingly minor maintenance problems can escalate quickly once a ship begins taking on water. Unfortunately, because no confirmed wreck has been examined, investigators cannot determine whether mechanical failure played any role in the loss. Given the region, some writers have also suggested piracy. Modern piracy in Southeast Asia is well documented, particularly during the late 20th century. However, historians caution against applying modern patterns to earlier disappearances without evidence. The available historical record provides no verified indication that the SS Bintang fell victim to pirates. No ransom demands emerged. No survivors reported an attack. No captured criminal groups were ever linked to the case. While piracy cannot be completely dismissed, it remains speculative. Marine archaeologists face another challenge when searching for ships lost in Southeast Asia. Unlike some deep ocean regions with relatively stable seabeds, tropical waters often experience shifting sediments, coral growth, fishing activity, and strong currents that gradually alter wreck sites. A vessel lost decades ago may now lie partially buried beneath layers of sand or hidden beneath thriving coral ecosystems. Finding such a wreck requires both advanced technology and a reasonably accurate estimate of its final location. Without that starting point, the search area becomes enormous. One lesson emerging from the SS Bintang's disappearance is how easily history can overlook smaller tragedies. When famous passenger liners sink, newspapers preserve every detail. Investigations become international. Books follow. But ordinary cargo ships often carry only a handful of crew members and commercial freight. If they vanish quietly, documentation may remain surprisingly limited. That does not make the mystery any less significant. For the families waiting at home, the unanswered questions were exactly the same. Today, maritime historians continue listing the SS Bintang among the unresolved disappearances of Southeast Asian shipping history. No authenticated wreck has been identified. No definitive explanation has emerged. The ship exists largely through scattered shipping records, archived reports, and the determination of researchers who continue piecing together fragments of the past. Sometimes history speaks loudly. Sometimes it whispers. The SS Bintang belongs to those quieter mysteries, easy to overlook, but impossible to forget once discovered. Our next mystery returns to the storm-lashed waters south of Australia, where a small cargo ship transmitted distress signals before vanishing in rough seas. Unlike many older cases, investigators eventually found the wreck, but even then, important questions about her final moments remained. The vessel was the MV Blythe Star. Not every maritime mystery begins with complete silence. Sometimes the crew has enough time to call for help. Enough time to report that something has gone terribly wrong. Enough time to believe rescue is on the way. And yet, despite those desperate messages, the ocean still claims the ship. The story of the MV Blythe Star is one of the most remarkable survival cases in Australian maritime history. It is also a story of missed opportunities, communication failures, and a rescue operation that began far later than it should have. For days, a group of sailors drifted across the Southern Ocean, watching aircraft unknowingly search in the wrong place. Had circumstances been only slightly different, every one of them might have disappeared without a trace. Instead, their survival exposed serious weaknesses in maritime emergency procedures and permanently changed Australia's search and rescue system. The MV Blythe Star was a small Australian coastal cargo ship built in 1971 for Roche Brothers Proprietary Limited, designed to transport freight between ports in Tasmania and mainland Australia. She measured approximately 44 meters, 144 feet, in length. Compared with the giant ocean liners featured elsewhere in this documentary, the Blythe Star was modest. She carried general cargo rather than hundreds of passengers. But like every commercial vessel, she represented the livelihoods of the crew who sailed aboard her. Routine voyages formed the backbone of coastal trade. Most ended without incident. This one would become unforgettable. On October 13, 1973, Captain Donald "Don" Johnston departed King Island in Bass Strait, heading toward Hobart, Tasmania. The ship carried a crew of 10 men and a cargo consisting largely of food products, beverages, and general supplies. Weather forecasts indicated rough conditions, but nothing beyond what experienced coastal mariners had handled many times before. The Southern Ocean, however, has earned a reputation for changing rapidly. Powerful winds can build steep seas with astonishing speed. Even modern ships treat these waters with respect. Only hours into the voyage, disaster struck. Without warning, the Blythe Star developed a severe list to port. The exact initiating event remains debated, but investigators later concluded that cargo most likely shifted unexpectedly, dramatically affecting the vessel's stability. As the angle increased, unsecured cargo continued moving. The situation deteriorated within minutes. Captain Johnston quickly realized that the ship could no longer be saved. Before abandoning ship, the crew transmitted a Mayday distress call. The emergency message included their approximate position and confirmed that they were leaving the vessel. Life rafts were launched as the Blythe Star rolled farther onto her side. Soon afterward, the cargo ship capsized and disappeared beneath the waves. Fortunately, all 10 crew members successfully escaped into an inflatable life raft. Their greatest challenge was only beginning. Normally, a Mayday triggers an immediate and coordinated rescue response. But in 1973, Australia's maritime communication system contained a critical weakness. Although the distress call had been transmitted, it was not acted upon properly. Through a series of communication failures and administrative misunderstandings, the emergency message failed to generate the large-scale search operation the crew desperately needed. Hours passed. Then an entire day. No rescue arrived. The men floating in the raft had no idea that officials believed everything was routine. Drifting through the Southern Ocean presented extraordinary dangers. The crew possessed only limited emergency supplies. Fresh water had to be rationed carefully. Food was scarce. Exposure became constant. Powerful winds and currents carried the raft steadily away from the sinking location. The men watched commercial aircraft pass overhead on several occasions. They waved, signaled, shouted. None of the aircraft saw them. The search, when it eventually began, focused largely on the ship's last reported route rather than the raft's rapidly changing drift pattern. For 8 days, the crew survived using remarkable discipline and teamwork. Captain Johnston maintained morale despite exhausting conditions. The men collected rainwater whenever possible. They organized watches, shared limited resources equally, and resisted panic. Survival experts later praised their calm leadership, noting that psychological resilience often proves just as important as physical endurance during prolonged maritime emergencies. Eventually, on October 21, 1973, a Royal Australian Navy patrol aircraft finally spotted the orange life raft. Rescue vessels quickly reached the survivors. Against extraordinary odds, all 10 crew members were brought safely ashore. Their survival astonished Australia. Equally astonishing was the realization that the rescue had been delayed not by weather, but by failures within the emergency communication system itself. The subsequent investigation examined every stage of the incident. Officials concluded that the initial distress call had indeed been received. However, procedural failures prevented the information from reaching the appropriate authorities quickly enough. By the time a full search operation began, valuable time had already been lost. The inquiry recommended sweeping reforms to Australia's maritime search and rescue coordination. Emergency reporting procedures were rewritten. Communication responsibilities became clearer. Training improved. The Blythe Star tragedy became a catalyst for lasting institutional change. One mystery remained. Exactly why had the vessel capsized so suddenly? Marine investigators carefully reviewed survivor testimony and the ship's loading arrangements. The most widely accepted conclusion points toward cargo shift. If heavy cargo breaks loose in rough seas, the vessel's center of gravity changes dramatically. Once a severe list develops, gravity encourages additional cargo movement, creating a dangerous chain reaction. Recovery becomes increasingly difficult with every degree of heel. Although structural failure was considered, investigators found no convincing evidence that hull damage initiated the accident. The cargo itself appears to have played the decisive role. Interestingly, the wreck of the Blythe Star remained undiscovered for decades. Despite knowing the approximate sinking area, strong currents and challenging seabed conditions complicated the search. Only in 2023, almost 50 years after the accident, was the wreck finally identified using advanced sonar technology off the coast of Tasmania. Marine archaeologists confirmed the ship's identity through detailed imaging of the wreck site. The discovery validated many conclusions reached by investigators while also providing an important historical record of the vessel's final resting place. Today, the Blythe Star occupies a unique place in Australian maritime history. Unlike many mysteries where every life is lost, this story became one of survival. Yet it remains deeply significant because it exposed weaknesses that otherwise might have remained hidden until another disaster claimed many more lives. Sometimes, the greatest lesson from a shipwreck is not how the ship sank. It is how people responded afterward. For the 10 sailors drifting across the Southern Ocean, every sunrise brought uncertainty. Every passing aircraft brought hope. Every additional day tested their determination. They survived not because luck alone favored them, but because preparation, leadership, and teamwork sustained them long enough for rescue to finally arrive. Their experience continues shaping maritime emergency planning across Australia today. The sea offered them almost no mercy. They found survival in one another. Our next mystery takes us back to the late 19th century and follows a small Royal Navy gunboat that disappeared during a violent storm near the coast of South Africa. Although wreckage eventually washed ashore, the exact circumstances of her loss, and the fate of many aboard, remain subjects of historical debate. The vessel was HMS Wasp. Some ships disappear in the middle of vast oceans, where no one expects to find answers. Others are lost within sight of land. Close enough that people hear the storm. See the waves. Watch helplessly from the shore. Yet still cannot prevent tragedy. The story of HMS Wasp belongs to that second kind of mystery. She was a small but capable warship of the Royal Navy, built to patrol coastlines, protect British interests overseas, and operate in waters too dangerous for larger vessels. Her missions rarely made international headlines. But in 1887, during a routine voyage near the southern coast of Africa, the Wasp vanished into one of the most unforgiving stretches of ocean on the planet. Pieces of the ship eventually washed ashore. The sea returned fragments. It never returned the full story. The HMS Wasp was launched in 1880 as one of the Royal Navy's Wasp-class gunboats. Constructed primarily of steel and measuring approximately 180 feet, 55 meters, in length, she combined steam propulsion with traditional sailing rigging. This hybrid design reflected a transitional period in naval engineering when steam power had become reliable, yet sails still provided valuable assistance during long voyages or engine trouble. The Wasp carried light naval guns suitable for colonial patrols rather than major fleet battles. Her role emphasized presence, policing, and rapid response. During the late 19th century, the Royal Navy maintained an enormous global network. British warships routinely traveled between colonies across Africa, Asia, the Caribbean, and the Pacific. These voyages often required navigating remote coastlines where accurate charts remained incomplete. Weather forecasting was limited. Communication with naval headquarters could take weeks. Captains frequently relied upon experience, local pilots, and careful observation rather than modern technology. Even routine assignments carried considerable risk. In January 1887, HMS Wasp departed Durban, in what is now South Africa, heading south toward East London. Captain Charles Mainwaring commanded the vessel. Historical records indicate that weather conditions along the coast deteriorated rapidly. Strong winds developed. Heavy swells rolled in from the Indian Ocean. Visibility declined as rain and sea spray reduced the crew's ability to judge their position accurately. These coastal waters have challenged sailors for centuries. Powerful currents, submerged reefs, and sudden storms combined to create one of southern Africa's most hazardous maritime environments. The Wasp never reached her destination. Instead, during the night of January 27, 1887, disaster struck. The ship apparently ran onto the notorious Barrow Point Reef, near the mouth of the Mbash River. Witnesses living along the coastline later reported hearing violent surf and seeing flashes that may have been distress rockets. By dawn, the ship had disappeared beneath relentless waves. Rescue attempts faced overwhelming obstacles. The sea remained extremely rough. Breaking surf pounded the rocky shoreline. Local residents and rescue parties searched beaches for survivors. Only a handful of crew members managed to reach land alive. Most of those aboard, including Captain Mainwaring, were lost. Historical accounts generally place the death toll at around 61 men, though minor variations appear among different contemporary records. For the Royal Navy, it was a devastating loss. Unlike many disappearances in this documentary, investigators quickly established where the Wasp had been lost. The greater mystery concerned why such an experienced crew had struck the reef in the first place. One possibility involved navigation. The South African coastline contains numerous dangerous reefs extending far beyond visible shorelines. Without modern electronic positioning, even small navigational errors could place a ship directly in harm's way. Strong currents may also have carried the vessel farther offshore, or closer to danger, than expected. Weather almost certainly played a critical role. Historical meteorological reports describe severe conditions affecting the region during the Wasp's final voyage. Large waves can conceal reefs until the final moments before impact. Rain reduces visibility. Heavy cloud obscures stars traditionally used for celestial navigation. A captain attempting to maintain schedule while avoiding dangerous seas faced an extraordinarily difficult balance. Investigators concluded that environmental conditions significantly contributed to the disaster. Some historians have questioned whether inaccurate charts may also have played a part. Although British hydrographic surveys ranked among the best in the world, many sections of the African coastline remained imperfectly mapped during the 19th century. Small errors in charted reef positions, combined with difficult weather, could produce catastrophic consequences. There is no definitive evidence proving chart inaccuracies caused the wreck. However, the possibility cannot be entirely dismissed. As news reached Britain, newspapers praised the bravery of the officers and crew. Accounts described desperate efforts to launch boats despite impossible surf. Some sailors reportedly attempted to assist wounded shipmates rather than save themselves. Such acts reflected the traditions of the Royal Navy, where discipline often continued even during disaster. Not every story could be verified. But enough eyewitness testimony survived to confirm that courage remained present until the end. The wreck itself soon became a victim of the sea. Powerful surf gradually scattered the remains across reefs and nearby beaches. Unlike deep-water shipwrecks preserved in cold darkness, the Wasp lay within a dynamic coastal environment where waves constantly shifted debris. Marine archaeologists have identified artifacts associated with the wreck over the years, but much of the ship has been destroyed by more than a century of relentless ocean movement. Nature completed what the storm had begun. The sinking also influenced future navigation along this section of coast. Authorities improved coastal warning systems and expanded hydrographic surveys of dangerous reefs. Lighthouses and navigational aids gradually reduced the risks faced by later generations of mariners. As with many maritime disasters, lives lost became lessons learned. Today, the story of HMS Wasp is remembered not only because of the ship herself, but because it demonstrates how quickly confidence can disappear at sea. A well-built naval vessel, a trained crew, an experienced captain. Yet one storm, one reef, and one navigational miscalculation, or perhaps several small factors acting together, proved enough to overwhelm them all. The ocean rarely depends upon a single mistake. More often, it waits until several challenges arrive at the same moment. Standing along the rugged South African coastline today, it is easy to understand why sailors respected these waters. Even on calm days, powerful swells break against hidden rocks. Currents move unpredictably. Mist drifts across the shoreline. The sea gives little indication of what lies beneath. Somewhere among those reefs, fragments of HMS Wasp still rest beneath the surf. Quiet reminders of a voyage that ended only a few hundred meters from land, yet remained forever beyond rescue. Our next mystery travels to the Adriatic Sea, where one of the world's first luxury passenger liners struck a naval mine during the opening weeks of the First World War. The disaster unfolded with astonishing speed, leaving behind a tragic legacy and important questions about wartime navigation. The ship was the Baron Gouch. Some maritime disasters unfold over hours, others over minutes. And a few happen so quickly that those aboard barely have time to understand what is happening before the sea takes everything. The story of the Baron Gouch is one of those tragedies. She was considered one of the most elegant passenger liners sailing the Adriatic Sea in the early 20th century. Built for comfort, speed, and prestige, families boarded expecting a peaceful coastal voyage along one of Europe's most beautiful shorelines. Instead, they unknowingly sailed into the opening weeks of one of the deadliest conflicts in human history. The First World War had begun only days earlier. The sea had already become a battlefield, and hidden beneath its calm surface, death was waiting. The Baron Gouch was launched in 1908 for the Austrian Lloyd Shipping Company, one of the leading commercial operators of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Measuring approximately 85 meters, 279 feet, in length, the vessel connected important ports along the Adriatic coast, including Trieste, Pula, Dubrovnik, and Kotar. Unlike cargo ships built for freight, the Baron Gouch catered primarily to passengers. Her elegant dining rooms, comfortable cabins, and modern design reflected the optimism of Europe's final years before global war transformed everyday life. For many travelers, a voyage aboard the Baron Gouch represented safety and sophistication. No one imagined that reputation would disappear within minutes. In July 1914, Europe entered crisis following the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Within weeks, alliances pulled major powers into what became the First World War. The Adriatic Sea, once dominated by peaceful commercial traffic, rapidly changed. Naval patrols increased. Military checkpoints appeared. And defensive minefields were laid to protect strategic ports from enemy attack. Unlike today's precision-guided naval defenses, sea mines of the early 20th century remained dangerous to friend and foe alike. Correct navigation became absolutely essential. On August 13, 1914, the Baron Gouch departed Kotar, carrying more than 300 passengers and crew. Many aboard were civilians attempting to reach safer areas as war spread across Europe. Families, children, government officials, holiday travelers suddenly caught in extraordinary circumstances. Captain Paul Winter commanded the voyage, though historical records indicate that bridge operations during portions of the journey may have been supervised by subordinate officers. That detail would later become an important subject of investigation. As the ship steamed northward toward Trieste, warnings had already been issued concerning newly established Austro-Hungarian minefields protecting the naval base at Pulla. Military authorities had communicated safe navigation routes intended to keep civilian shipping clear of the mines. Somehow, those instructions were not followed. Exactly why remains one of the central questions surrounding the disaster. At approximately 2:45 p.m., disaster struck. A violent explosion ripped through the hull. Passengers were thrown from their seats. Windows shattered instantly. Steam pipes burst. Within seconds, panic spread across the decks. The Baron Gouch had struck one of her own nation's naval mines. Unlike collisions or gradual flooding, mine explosions delivered devastating damage almost instantly. The ship immediately began listing heavily. Witnesses later described scenes of extraordinary confusion. Some passengers attempted to lower lifeboats while others rushed toward the upper decks. Children became separated from parents. Crew members shouted conflicting instructions above the sound of escaping steam and crashing furniture. Several lifeboats could not be launched properly because the ship developed a severe list so quickly. Within only 7 to 10 minutes, the Baron Gouch rolled onto her side and disappeared beneath the Adriatic Sea. The speed of the sinking left little opportunity for organized evacuation. Historical estimates indicate that between 127 and nearly 180 people lost their lives, although exact figures vary among surviving records due to incomplete wartime documentation. Many victims were women and children. Nearby naval vessels and fishing boats rescued numerous survivors from the water, preventing an even greater tragedy. Even so, the loss shocked the Austro-Hungarian Empire. A passenger liner had been destroyed not by enemy action, but by one of its own defensive minefields. The official investigation quickly focused on navigation. Evidence suggested that the Baron Gouch had entered a clearly restricted military zone despite prior warnings. Several explanations emerged. One possibility held that officers on the bridge misunderstood navigational instructions. Another suggested overconfidence. The captain reportedly left portions of the navigation to junior officers while attending administrative matters, though historians continue debating exactly who held responsibility during the critical moments. Because many key witnesses perished in the sinking, some details remain uncertain. Military secrecy further complicated the investigation. During wartime, governments often limit public disclosure of strategic information. Exact minefield locations remained classified. Official reports avoided revealing sensitive naval defenses. As a result, historians working decades later encountered incomplete documentation. Although the general sequence of events is well established, certain operational decisions remain difficult to reconstruct with complete confidence. Unlike many mysteries in this documentary, the wreck of the Baron Gouch has been found. It rests approximately 40 meters, 130 feet, beneath the Adriatic Sea near the Croatian island of Brijuni. Marine archaeologists first identified the wreck in the mid-20th century, and today it is regarded as one of the region's most important underwater historical sites. The ship lies remarkably intact. Railings, cabins, windows. Large sections of the hull remain recognizable despite more than a century beneath the sea. Because of its historical significance, and the lives lost, the wreck is legally protected. Underwater surveys have confirmed the ship's final position and supported historical accounts of rapid flooding following the mine explosion. The damage visible near the bow corresponds closely with wartime investigation records. Yet archaeology alone cannot answer every question. It cannot reveal precisely which orders were given on the bridge, or why the safe route was abandoned. Some mysteries disappear when the wreck is found. Others remain embedded in human decision-making. The Baron Gouch also became an important lesson in wartime maritime safety. Following the disaster, military authorities strengthened procedures for communicating minefield information to civilian captains. Navigation rules were revised. Coordination between naval and commercial shipping improved. The tragedy demonstrated that in wartime, danger often comes not only from the enemy, but from the defensive measures designed to stop them. Today, divers visiting the wreck often describe an atmosphere of remarkable stillness. Fish swim through once elegant corridors. Soft corals cover the steel hull. Sunlight filters faintly through openings where passengers once walked. It is a place where luxury met history. And history changed forever in less than 10 minutes. The barren gouge reminds us that maritime disasters are not always caused by storms or mechanical failure. Sometimes, the greatest threat is invisible, waiting silently beneath calm water. Our next mystery takes us beyond documented history and into one of the oldest legends ever told by sailors, a ghost ship said to wander the oceans forever, never reaching port, and forever warning those who cross its path. The legend is known as the Flying Dutchman. Not every ship in maritime history can be found on a chart. Some exist only in logbooks, old sailors' journals, and whispered stories passed from one generation of seafarers to the next. Among all the legends ever told at sea, none has endured longer, or become more famous, than the tale of the Flying Dutchman. A ghost ship. Its sails glowing against storm-dark skies. Its crew forever trapped between life and death. Condemned to wander the world's oceans without ever reaching port. For more than 3 centuries, sailors from different nations have claimed to see it. Some insisted it appeared just before violent storms. Others believed seeing the vessel meant certain disaster. Modern science offers possible explanations. History reveals where the legend may have begun. Yet despite every attempt to explain it, the Flying Dutchman refuses to disappear. Unlike many stories in this documentary, the Flying Dutchman is not tied to a single confirmed historical ship. Instead, it is a maritime legend that gradually evolved during the 17th and 18th centuries, when Dutch merchant fleets dominated global trade. The Dutch East India Company operated hundreds of vessels connecting Europe, Africa, and Asia. Their ships routinely rounded the Cape of Good Hope, located at the southern tip of Africa, a region notorious for unpredictable weather, powerful currents, and enormous waves. To sailors of that era, surviving the Cape required both skill and luck. It was the perfect place for legends to grow. The most familiar version of the story tells of a Dutch captain, often named Hendrik van der Deck, although the name varies between versions, who attempted to round the Cape during a violent storm. As towering waves crashed across the deck, crew members begged him to seek shelter. Instead, the captain supposedly swore that he would continue sailing even if it took until the end of time. According to the legend, that oath became a curse. The ship was condemned to sail forever, never reaching harbor, never completing its voyage, never escaping the sea. It is a powerful story. But did it begin with a real event? Historians believe the answer is more complicated. No contemporary 17th-century records confirm the existence of Captain van der Deck or a specific vessel matching the legend. Instead, researchers argue that the Flying Dutchman likely emerged from a combination of genuine maritime disasters, religious folklore, and sailors' traditions. Long voyages encouraged storytelling. Storms inspired superstition. And unexplained sights at sea naturally became woven into larger myths. One reason the legend spread so widely is that respected witnesses occasionally claimed to have seen something unusual. One of the most famous reports occurred in 1881, when the future King George V, then serving as a young naval officer aboard HMS Bacchante, recorded in his journal that a mysterious glowing ship had been observed before dawn. According to the account, several crew members witnessed the strange vessel. Moments later, the apparition disappeared. Interestingly, later that same day, one sailor reportedly fell from the mast and was killed. For believers, this became evidence that the Flying Dutchman brought misfortune. For historians, It demonstrated how quickly coincidence can strengthen an existing legend. Even during the 20th century, occasional sightings continued. Merchant captains, fishermen, naval personnel. Descriptions varied considerably. Some reported a fully rigged sailing ship illuminated by an eerie glow. Others described only distant phantom sails hovering above the horizon. No two reports matched perfectly. That inconsistency suggests witnesses were not observing one literal vessel, but rather different natural phenomena interpreted through the lens of an old story. Science offers several convincing explanations. Perhaps the most important is the superior mirage, an atmospheric optical phenomenon that occurs when layers of warm and cold air bend light over long distances. Under the right conditions, ships beyond the horizon can appear suspended in midair, distorted, enlarged, or even inverted. To sailors unfamiliar with atmospheric physics, such images seem impossible. A vessel floating above the sea naturally invites supernatural interpretations. Another possibility involves fata morgana, a particularly complex type of mirage often observed over oceans and polar regions. These optical illusions constantly shift as air temperatures change. A distant ship may stretch vertically, appear transparent, or seem to vanish suddenly. Combined with fog, twilight, and emotional expectation, the result can appear remarkably ghost-like. Modern photographers have documented similar effects, confirming that they require no paranormal explanation. Weather also contributes. Storm clouds often produce unusual lighting. Sunbeams breaking through rain create dramatic silhouettes. Lightning briefly illuminates distant ships before darkness returns. Sea mist softens outlines until ordinary vessels appear strangely unreal. The ocean itself becomes an expert illusionist. Psychologists point to another important factor: expectation. For centuries, sailors heard stories about the Flying Dutchman before ever leaving port. When people spend weeks isolated at sea, exposed to fatigue, changing weather, and constant vigilance, the human brain naturally searches for familiar patterns. An ambiguous object on the horizon becomes easier to interpret as something already known. The legend shapes perception. Perception strengthens the legend. The cycle continues. Despite the lack of historical evidence supporting an actual ghost ship, the Flying Dutchman became deeply embedded in global culture. It inspired novels, operas, poems, paintings, films, television series. Even modern maritime museums discuss the legend because it reflects the psychology of sailors confronting the unknown. Every generation adapts the story slightly, yet its central message remains unchanged. No one escapes the sea forever. Perhaps that explains why the Flying Dutchman has survived longer than almost any other nautical legend. It is not really about ghosts. It is about fear, isolation, storms beyond human control. The possibility that somewhere beyond the horizon lies something we cannot explain. For sailors crossing dangerous oceans centuries ago, those feelings were entirely real. The legend simply gave them a shape. Today, no credible scientific investigation has found evidence of a supernatural vessel endlessly roaming the world's oceans. Yet that absence of proof has done little to diminish the story. Because legends are rarely sustained by evidence alone. They survive because they capture emotions that facts cannot fully replace. Every lonely watch at sea, every distant light, every unexplained silhouette against a storm-dark horizon, invites the same question sailors have asked for generations. What was that? Sometimes the mystery matters more than the answer. Our next story returns to documented naval history and follows one of the Royal Navy's greatest peacetime disasters, when a modern training ship capsized during a violent storm off the coast of England, taking hundreds of young sailors with her and forever changing maritime safety. The vessel was HMS Eurydice. Some maritime disasters happen in the middle of the ocean, far beyond the reach of witnesses. Others unfold in full view of land. Close enough that people on shore can see the storm. See the ship. Even see the final moments. Yet remain completely powerless to stop what is about to happen. The tragedy of HMS Eurydice is one of those unforgettable moments. She was not lost during war. She was not carrying treasure. She did not vanish without a trace. Instead, one of the Royal Navy's finest training ships capsized within sight of the English coastline during a sudden snowstorm, taking nearly everyone aboard with her. The disaster shocked Victorian Britain, raised difficult questions about naval design and weather forecasting, and became one of the deadliest peacetime losses in Royal Navy history. More than a century later, the image of the Eurydice disappearing beneath the waves still haunts maritime historians. The HMS Eurydice was originally launched in 1843 as a 26-gun frigate of the Royal Navy. Built primarily from oak and measuring approximately 237 feet, 72 meters, in length, she served around the world during the height of the British Empire. After years of active service, advances in naval technology gradually made older sailing warships less effective for frontline combat. Rather than retiring the vessel, the Royal Navy gave her a new purpose. She was converted into a training ship, responsible for preparing young sailors in the skills of seamanship, navigation, and life under sail. For hundreds of naval cadets, serving aboard the Eurydice became an important step toward a professional naval career. In the 19th century, Britain depended heavily upon its navy. Maintaining the world's largest fleet required constant training. Young recruits learned how to climb rigging hundreds of feet above the deck, handle enormous sails, navigate by the stars, and respond instantly to changing weather. Ships like the Eurydice served as floating classrooms. Discipline was strict. Standards were high. Experience at sea remained the best teacher. In March 1878, the Eurydice completed an overseas training voyage to the West Indies and began returning home. Captain Marcus Hare commanded the vessel. The crew included experienced officers, sailors, and more than 300 cadets and trainees eager to reunite with their families after months abroad. As the ship approached the southern coast of England, spirits were reportedly high. Home was almost within sight. The most difficult part of the voyage appeared to be over. On March 24, 1878, the Eurydice approached the Isle of Wight under generally favorable conditions. Then, the weather changed with astonishing speed. A sudden snow squall swept across the English Channel. Powerful winds struck the ship from the side. Visibility collapsed almost instantly. Temperatures dropped. Heavy snow obscured both land and sea. Witnesses on shore later described the storm arriving with extraordinary violence. Within only a few minutes, the Eurydice found herself fighting for survival. At the time the storm struck, much of the ship's sail remained set. Training vessels often carried extensive canvas to provide cadets with practical sailing experience. As the sudden gusts filled those sails, the frigate heeled sharply. Normally, experienced crews could reduce sail quickly. But the speed of the weather change left almost no time. The angle increased. Water rushed across the deck. Then, the Eurydice rolled farther. And farther. Until recovery became impossible. Within moments, the great frigate capsized and sank. The entire disaster unfolded so quickly that many aboard never had an opportunity to escape. Nearby fishing boats and coastal vessels rushed toward the scene despite rough seas. Local residents watched helplessly from the shoreline. Rescuers managed to save only 2 survivors from a complement of approximately 364 people. The remaining officers, sailors, and cadets disappeared beneath the cold waters of the Channel. Victorian Britain was stunned. News of the disaster spread rapidly across the country. Newspapers devoted entire front pages to the tragedy. Families gathered anxiously at naval bases hoping for information. Many parents had sons aboard the training ship. The emotional impact reached every level of British society. Queen Victoria herself expressed profound sorrow following the loss. For the Royal Navy, the sinking represented far more than a single accident. It was a national tragedy. An official investigation began almost immediately. Unlike many mysteries where evidence disappears into deep oceans, investigators possessed eyewitness accounts from people ashore. They knew roughly where the ship had sunk. Weather observations confirmed the sudden snowstorm. Attention therefore turned toward understanding why the vessel had capsized so rapidly. The inquiry concluded that the primary cause involved the combination of unexpected extreme weather and too much sail remaining deployed when the squall struck. As powerful wind entered the sails, the ship developed a severe heel. Open gunports and deck openings may have allowed seawater to enter, reducing stability even further. Once enough water flooded the interior, the capsize became irreversible. Although some critics questioned aspects of the ship's design after her earlier conversion into a training vessel, investigators found no evidence of structural failure initiating the disaster. Nature had simply moved faster than the crew could respond. Modern naval architects continue studying the Eurydice because her loss illustrates an important principle of sailing stability. Large sailing ships depend upon careful balance between wind force and ballast. When sudden weather changes exceed that balance, events unfold extremely quickly. Even highly trained crews sometimes cannot shorten sail before dangerous angles develop. The Eurydice became a textbook example of how rapidly stability can disappear under severe conditions. The wreck itself remained beneath relatively shallow water and was eventually identified. Over time, storms and salvage operations altered much of the site. Today, only scattered remains survive on the seabed. Several artifacts recovered from the wreck are preserved in British museums, helping tell the story of the young men who never returned home. The disaster also inspired memorials across England, particularly on the Isle of Wight, where the sinking occurred within sight of people who could do nothing to prevent it. Like many maritime tragedies, the loss of the Eurydice influenced future naval procedures. Greater attention was given to weather awareness, sail management, and emergency drills aboard training vessels. Although forecasting remained primitive by modern standards, captains became increasingly cautious when rapidly changing conditions threatened ships carrying inexperienced crews. Lessons written in loss gradually became part of safer seamanship. The Eurydice reminds us that the sea does not always require enormous storms. Sometimes, only a few unexpected minutes are enough. A clear afternoon. A sudden wall of snow. A violent gust of wind. And hundreds of lives change forever. For those standing on the English coast that day, the memory remained unforgettable. They watched a proud Royal Navy ship almost reach home, only to disappear beneath the waves before their eyes. Our next mystery brings us to one of the most dangerous shipwrecks still resting in modern waters, a vessel carrying thousands of tons of explosives that remain stranded in the Thames estuary, where experts continue monitoring it more than 80 years after it sank. The ship is the SS Richard Montgomery. Most shipwrecks become less dangerous with time. Storms break them apart. Currents scatter their remains. Nature slowly reclaims them. But every once in a while, a wreck grows more dangerous as the decades pass. Not because of ghosts. Not because of legends. But because of what still remains inside. Beneath the waters of the Thames estuary in southeastern England lies a shipwreck unlike almost any other on Earth. Its rusting masts still rise above the surface. Thousands of vessels pass nearby every year. Warning signs surround the site. Governments continuously monitor it. And for more than 80 years, experts have debated the same unsettling question. What would happen if the cargo exploded? The vessel is the SS Richard Montgomery, often described as one of the most potentially hazardous shipwrecks in the world. The SS Richard Montgomery was a Liberty ship, one of thousands mass-produced by the United States during the Second World War. Liberty ships were designed for a simple purpose: transport massive amounts of cargo across dangerous wartime oceans as quickly as possible. Built efficiently rather than luxuriously, they became the logistical backbone of Allied operations. Food, vehicles, fuel, weapons, ammunition. Almost everything needed to sustain the war effort crossed the seas aboard vessels like the Richard Montgomery. Launched in 1943, the ship was named after Richard Montgomery, an Irish-born officer who served in the American Revolutionary War. Like many Liberty ships, she entered service quickly and began carrying military supplies across the Atlantic. By August 1944, Allied forces had already landed in Normandy, and enormous quantities of equipment were flowing into Europe to support the liberation of occupied territories. Every cargo mattered. Every delay carried consequences. In late August, the Richard Montgomery departed with a particularly sensitive load. Her cargo included approximately 6,000 tons of munitions, including bombs, shells, and other military explosives destined for Allied forces operating on the European continent. The ship entered the Thames estuary while awaiting instructions for onward movement. This region contains numerous channels, sandbanks, and shifting shoals that have challenged navigators for centuries. Even experienced captains treated the area carefully. On August 20, 1944, disaster struck. While anchored near the Nowhere sandbank, the Richard Montgomery dragged her anchor and ran aground. Initially, the situation did not appear catastrophic. Groundings occurred regularly and often ended with successful salvage operations. Authorities quickly organized efforts to remove cargo and refloat the vessel. For a brief period, it seemed entirely possible that the incident would become little more than an inconvenient delay. Then the hull began to fail. The ship's structure experienced increasing stress as tides repeatedly lifted and dropped the stranded vessel against the sandbank. Cracks developed. Flooding spread. Salvage crews worked urgently to unload the dangerous cargo before conditions worsened. Thousands of tons of explosives were successfully removed. But not all of them. On September 25, 1944, the Richard Montgomery finally broke apart and sank. Much of her remaining cargo went down with the wreck. Because of the obvious danger, authorities halted further salvage attempts. Divers recovered some additional materials in subsequent years, but a substantial quantity of munitions remained inside the wreck. And there they remain today. Unlike many mysteries in this documentary, the location of the Richard Montgomery has never been uncertain. Her 3 rusting masts still protrude above the water, visible from considerable distances. The wreck rests relatively close to populated areas, including parts of Kent and Essex. That proximity is exactly why experts continue monitoring the site so closely. The question is not where the wreck lies. The question is what condition the explosives are in after more than 8 decades underwater. Over the years, alarming headlines have periodically appeared. Some newspapers described the wreck as a floating time bomb. Others suggested an explosion could generate devastating shockwaves or even a localized tsunami. Such claims naturally attracted public attention. But how realistic are they? The answer is complicated. Government agencies and explosive experts agree that the wreck contains a significant amount of remaining ordnance. Studies have confirmed that thousands of tons of munitions remain present. However, estimating the consequences of a hypothetical detonation is far more difficult. Explosives change chemically over time. Corrosion affects containers differently. Water exposure alters stability. Every scenario depends upon assumptions that cannot be tested directly for obvious reasons. British authorities have therefore adopted a strategy of continuous observation. The site is regularly surveyed using sonar, underwater inspections, and structural monitoring. Ships are prohibited from approaching too closely. Anchoring near the wreck is restricted. Detailed studies track how the hull changes over time. The goal is simple: Detect problems long before they become emergencies. One major concern involves the ship's masts. As corrosion gradually weakens exposed steel, there is always the possibility that portions of the structure could collapse. If falling debris disturbed sensitive sections of the wreck, experts would need to evaluate any resulting risk carefully. For that reason, engineering assessments occur periodically, and authorities continuously review potential intervention strategies. Interestingly, the Richard Montgomery has also become an important case study in maritime risk management. Most shipwrecks are historical artifacts. This one remains an active public safety issue. Engineers, naval architects, explosive specialists, environmental scientists, emergency planners. All continue examining the wreck because it presents a rare combination of historical significance and modern relevance. Despite decades of concern, it is important to note that the wreck has remained largely stable. Numerous surveys have found no evidence that an explosion is imminent. Authorities emphasize that the site is monitored precisely because it contains potential hazards. Monitoring does not mean disaster is expected. It means precautions are being taken. Still, the uncertainty remains. And uncertainty naturally fuels fascination. The Richard Montgomery occupies a strange place in maritime history. She is not famous because of how she sailed, nor because of a dramatic mystery surrounding her disappearance. Instead, she is remembered because she never truly stopped being dangerous. Most shipwrecks belong entirely to the past. This one continues influencing decisions in the present. Standing on the shores of the Thames estuary today, few people realize that beneath those waters rests one of the largest concentrations of wartime explosives still contained within a shipwreck anywhere in the world. The sea has preserved the vessel. Time has weakened it. And experts continue watching, waiting, studying, preparing. Because some maritime mysteries are not about what happened long ago. They are about what might happen next. Our next story follows a vessel discovered drifting without a crew in the English Channel. Her cargo remained aboard. Her lifeboat was missing. Yet no confirmed explanation has ever fully accounted for why everyone abandoned the ship. The mystery is known as Sabrina. An abandoned ship tells a different kind of story. A ship that sinks usually leaves one obvious conclusion. Something went terribly wrong. But a ship found perfectly afloat. Its sails still raised. Its cargo untouched. Its meals interrupted. And every single person aboard mysteriously gone. Raises a far more unsettling question. Why would an experienced crew willingly leave a vessel that still appeared capable of sailing? Throughout maritime history, only a handful of ghost ships have presented investigators with exactly that puzzle. Among the least known, but most intriguing, is the British sailing vessel Sabrina. She did not vanish beneath the waves. She simply continued sailing. Without anyone aboard. More than a century later, no explanation has been universally accepted. The Sabrina was a small three-masted schooner, built in 1873 at Whitstable, England. Measuring approximately 189 gross tons, she was designed primarily for coastal and cross-channel trade. Unlike the massive ocean liners featured elsewhere in this documentary, the Sabrina earned her living transporting practical cargo, coal, clay, stone, and other commercial goods, between ports in Britain and continental Europe. She was dependable rather than glamorous. Ships like her formed the backbone of regional trade during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. By 1917, however, the world had changed dramatically. The First World War was raging across Europe. Although the English Channel remained one of the busiest shipping routes on Earth, it had also become one of the most dangerous. German U-boats prowled nearby waters. Naval mines drifted beneath the surface. Merchant captains sailed under constant threat of attack. Even short commercial voyages carried significant risk. On October 15, 1917, the Sabrina departed Falmouth, in Cornwall, carrying a cargo of approximately 90 tons of coal bound for St. Brook, on the northern coast of France. Only 5 crew members were aboard, including Captain Martin Harvey. The crossing was familiar. The vessel had completed similar voyages many times before. Weather conditions appeared generally favorable. Nothing suggested that this journey would become one of Britain's enduring maritime mysteries. 2 days later, French authorities spotted the Sabrina drifting near Cherbourg. At first glance, nothing seemed especially unusual. Her sails remained set. The hull appeared undamaged. She floated normally. But when officials boarded the vessel, they discovered something deeply unsettling. No crew. No captain. No passengers. The ship was completely deserted. The cargo of coal remained in the hold. Navigation equipment was largely intact. There were no obvious signs of violence. No evidence of fire. No indication that the vessel had suffered catastrophic structural damage. The only immediately noticeable absence was the ship's lifeboat. It, along with everyone aboard, had disappeared. Because the discovery occurred during wartime, investigators naturally considered German submarine activity. Several merchant vessels operating in the English Channel had recently been intercepted by German U-boats. Could the Sabrina have suffered a similar fate? The theory initially appeared reasonable. Yet historical records complicated the picture. German naval archives examined after the war contained no confirmed record of a U-boat capturing or sinking the Sabrina. While documentation from wartime is never completely perfect, historians have found no convincing evidence directly linking German forces to the crew's disappearance. Another possibility suggested that the crew abandoned ship after believing she was about to sink. Perhaps they struck floating debris. Perhaps they suspected a hidden leak. Perhaps severe weather damaged the vessel temporarily before conditions improved. The problem with this explanation is the ship's condition. When discovered, the Sabrina remained sufficiently seaworthy to continue floating under sail. Experienced mariners rarely abandon a vessel unless they believe remaining aboard presents an even greater danger. What convinced Captain Harvey to leave remains unknown. Collision has also been considered. If another ship accidentally struck the Sabrina during darkness or heavy fog, the crew might have evacuated into the lifeboat before realizing the schooner would remain afloat. Unfortunately, no confirmed reports describe another vessel suffering collision damage consistent with such an event. Without physical evidence, the theory remains speculative. Some researchers point toward the possibility of heavy seas. Even relatively small sailing vessels can experience violent rolling in rough weather. A sudden wave might damage rigging or temporarily flood the deck. If panic developed, or if the captain believed the ship had sustained fatal damage, the crew may have launched the lifeboat. Should weather improve shortly afterward, the abandoned Sabrina could easily have remained afloat while the small boat drifted away. History contains several documented cases where sailors left ships that ultimately survived without them. Of course, the complete absence of survivors has encouraged more imaginative explanations over the years. Ghost stories. Sea monsters. Pirates. Secret wartime missions. Even supernatural disappearances. Such theories thrive because they fill the silence left by missing evidence. Yet none has ever been supported by credible historical documentation. Sometimes, the simplest explanation remains the most likely. The difficulty is that even the simplest explanation cannot currently be proven. One reason the mystery persists is the small size of the crew. With only 5 people aboard, there were few opportunities for independent witness accounts. If everyone entered the lifeboat together and that boat later capsized in rough seas, the ocean would erase nearly every trace. Without radio communications, still unavailable on many small merchant vessels at the time, no distress signal would ever have reached shore. The disappearance could occur almost invisibly. The Zabrina eventually became the property of French authorities before later being returned through legal proceedings. Her story gradually faded from newspaper headlines as the First World War continued generating far larger tragedies. Yet among maritime historians, the abandoned schooner retained a quiet fascination. Unlike famous ghost ships such as the Mary Celeste, the Zabrina never achieved worldwide fame. Perhaps that makes her mystery even more compelling. She asks the same haunting question, without offering even as many clues. Today, historians generally agree on only a few established facts. The Zabrina departed Falmouth. She reached the waters near Cherbourg. She was found abandoned. The crew was never seen again. Everything beyond those points belongs to informed speculation rather than documented certainty. And perhaps that uncertainty is exactly why the story still endures. A ship can be rebuilt. A wreck can be explored. Artifacts can be recovered. But when every witness disappears, history loses its voice. The Zabrina continues drifting through maritime history much as she drifted across the English Channel in October 1917. Silent. Unanswered. And forever waiting for someone to explain why 5 experienced sailors walked away from a ship that seemed perfectly capable of sailing home on her own. Our next mystery takes us to the coast of Rhode Island, where another abandoned vessel, the Sea Bird, was reportedly found mysteriously beached with signs suggesting the crew had vanished only moments before reaching shore. It remains one of New England's oldest and most debated ghost ship legends. There is something uniquely unsettling about a ship that almost reaches safety. A vessel can survive storms, navigate dangerous currents, cross hundreds of miles of open water, only to arrive at the shoreline completely empty. No crew. No captain. No explanation. It feels less like an accident, and more like the final page of a story that has been torn away. One of the oldest legends of this kind comes from the coast of Rhode Island, where locals have repeated the tale of an abandoned schooner known as the Sea Bird for nearly 2 centuries. According to the story, she drifted calmly into harbor as though guided by an invisible hand. Dinner was reportedly still warm. Coffee sat untouched. The vessel appeared ready to dock. Yet everyone aboard had vanished. It is a tale that has inspired countless ghost ship stories. But as with many famous legends, the historical record is more complicated than the legend itself. The story is traditionally dated to 1750 and places the event near Easton's Beach in Newport, Rhode Island. According to local accounts, residents noticed a 2-masted schooner sailing unusually close to shore. Rather than turning toward open water, the vessel continued directly toward the beach. Witnesses expected the crew to adjust course. No one did. The ship eventually grounded gently on the sand without any visible attempt to avoid the shoreline. Curious onlookers hurried toward the stranded vessel. What they found became the heart of the legend. According to the most widely repeated version, the ship appeared almost completely normal. Its sails remained raised. Cargo was still aboard. The captain's cabin looked orderly. A meal had supposedly been prepared but left unfinished. Some versions describe fresh coffee still sitting on a table. Others mention food remaining on plates as though the crew had stood up only moments earlier. Yet despite these signs of ordinary life, not a single person remained aboard. The entire crew had disappeared. The schooner became known as the Sea Bird, although historians quickly encounter a problem. No verified 18th-century shipping records confirm the existence of a merchant vessel by that exact name matching the legend. Contemporary newspapers from the period also fail to describe such a dramatic event. For an incident this extraordinary, that silence is remarkable. It immediately raises an important question. Did the event happen exactly as later generations remembered it? Or did the story gradually evolve through local folklore? Many maritime historians believe the second explanation is more likely. New England possesses one of the richest traditions of coastal storytelling in North America. Shipwrecks occurred frequently. Storms regularly claimed vessels along the rocky Atlantic coast. Communities naturally shared dramatic tales during long winters and around harbor taverns. Over decades, separate incidents often blended together until fact and folklore became almost impossible to separate. The sea bird may represent exactly that process. Interestingly, the legend changed over time. Early versions remain relatively simple. Later retellings introduced increasingly dramatic details. Some claimed a dog was found wandering alone aboard the vessel. Others described meals still steaming on the table. A few even suggested clocks had stopped at the exact moment of the crew's disappearance. These additions appear gradually in 19th-century publications rather than in contemporary 18th-century documents. That pattern strongly suggests embellishment as the story spread. Could there be a historical event behind the legend? Possibly. Several researchers have proposed that the sea bird story may preserve memories of one or more genuine abandoned vessels discovered along the New England coast during the colonial period. Merchant ships occasionally drifted ashore after storms. If crews abandoned them during heavy weather and later perished at sea, local residents might have discovered apparently empty vessels with cargo still aboard. Over generations, details could easily merge into a single unforgettable narrative. Another possibility involves simple misunderstanding. Suppose a vessel grounded temporarily while its crew traveled ashore seeking assistance. Local observers arriving later might incorrectly assume everyone had mysteriously vanished. Without written records documenting the full sequence of events, speculation would naturally fill the gaps. History contains many examples where incomplete information gradually transformed into enduring legend. The sea bird is frequently compared with the Mary Celeste, perhaps the world's most famous ghost ship. Both stories feature abandoned vessels. Both describe untouched belongings. Both invite endless theories. Yet there is one major difference. The abandonment of the Mary Celeste is thoroughly documented through official investigations and surviving records. The sea bird lacks that documentary foundation. Its strength lies not in historical certainty, but in cultural memory. That has not stopped supernatural explanations from flourishing. Some storytellers claimed the crew encountered pirates. Others suggested sea monsters or mysterious fogs swallowed everyone aboard. 20th-century writers even connected the sea bird with the Bermuda Triangle, despite the fact that Rhode Island lies hundreds of miles outside that region. As often happens with famous maritime legends, new mysteries became attached to old ones regardless of geography or historical evidence. Psychologists who study folklore note something interesting about ghost ship legends. They often emphasize ordinary details. A warm meal. A burning lantern. A half-finished game of cards. These familiar objects make the mystery feel more personal. The contrast between normal daily life and sudden unexplained absence creates powerful emotional tension. Whether historically accurate or not, such details help stories survive across generations. Today, no archaeological evidence confirms the sea bird legend exactly as it is commonly told. No authenticated shipwreck has been conclusively linked to the story. No official colonial records describe the dramatic discovery. Yet visitors to Newport still hear versions of the tale. Books about haunted New England continue repeating it. Maritime museums occasionally discuss it as an example of regional folklore rather than documented history. The legend has become part of the cultural identity of Rhode Island's coastline. Perhaps that is the sea bird's greatest lesson. Not every mystery exists because evidence has been lost. Sometimes the evidence may never have existed in the first place. Legends often reveal more about the people who tell them than about the events themselves. They preserve fears, hopes, warnings, and the timeless uncertainty that every sailor feels when disappearing beyond the horizon. Whether the sea bird truly arrived empty on that distant shoreline, Or whether generations of storytellers gradually created the ghost ship from fragments of forgotten history. One fact remains undeniable. The story still refuses to drift away. Our next mystery follows one of the most ambitious scientific expeditions ever launched. A Royal Navy vessel set sail to explore the deepest oceans on Earth, forever changing marine science, but her long voyage also gave rise to enduring mysteries and strange discoveries from the depths. The ship was HMS Challenger. Some ships become famous because they disappear. Others because they sink in spectacular fashion. But every so often, a vessel earns its place in history not for what was lost, but for what it discovered. The HMS Challenger never became a ghost ship. She never vanished beneath the waves. Yet few vessels have inspired more mystery. Because she ventured into parts of the ocean that humanity had never explored before. At a time when many scientists believed the deep sea was little more than a lifeless abyss, the Challenger revealed an entirely different world. Strange creatures. Bottomless trenches. Unknown landscapes hidden beneath miles of water. The expedition answered countless questions. But in doing so, it created many new ones. Some of those mysteries remain unsolved even today. The HMS Challenger began life as a Royal Navy warship, launched in 1858 as a Pearl-class corvette. Built from wood with auxiliary steam power, she measured approximately 225 feet, 69 meters, in length. For years she served conventional naval duties across the expanding British Empire. But by the early 1870s, the Royal Navy recognized that scientific exploration had become just as important as military strength. Rather than retiring the ship, Britain transformed her into the world's first purpose-built global oceanographic research vessel. During the 19th century, surprisingly little was known about Earth's oceans. Maps accurately showed coastlines. Trade routes crossed every major sea. Yet beneath the surface, knowledge faded rapidly. Scientists debated whether life could exist below a few hundred meters. The seafloor remained almost completely unmapped. Even the greatest depths of the Atlantic and Pacific were matters of speculation rather than measurement. Humanity understood more about the moon's surface than the ocean floor beneath its own ships. In December 1872, the Challenger departed Portsmouth, England, beginning what would become one of the most ambitious scientific expeditions in history. The voyage lasted nearly 4 years and covered approximately 69,000 nautical miles, more than 127,000 kilometers. The ship visited every major ocean except the Arctic. Her crew included naval officers alongside scientists specializing in biology, chemistry, geology, and physics. Together they hoped to answer one enormous question. What really exists beneath the sea? The methods may seem simple today. But in the 1870s, they represented cutting-edge science. The crew lowered weighted lines thousands of meters to measure ocean depth. They collected water samples from different layers. They dredged the seabed for rocks, sediment, and marine organisms. Every measurement required patience. Some sounding operations lasted many hours. If a line snapped, the entire process began again. Scientific discovery depended upon persistence rather than speed. The results astonished the world. The Challenger expedition recorded more than 500 deep-sea soundings, dramatically improving knowledge of underwater geography. Scientists identified previously unknown mountain ranges, vast plains, and immense ocean basins. One sounding in the western Pacific revealed extraordinary depths later associated with what we now know as the Mariana Trench. Although modern measurements have refined those numbers, the expedition proved that parts of the ocean descended far deeper than anyone had imagined. Perhaps even more surprising were the living creatures brought back aboard. For generations, many respected scientists accepted the azoic theory, which argued that life could not survive below approximately 550 meters, 1,800 feet. The Challenger destroyed that idea completely. Its dredging equipment recovered strange fish, sea stars, crustaceans, worms, corals, and microscopic organisms from extreme depths. Life existed almost everywhere investigators looked. The deep ocean was not empty. It was thriving. The expedition ultimately catalogued more than 4,700 previously unknown species, fundamentally transforming marine biology. Many looked unlike anything Europeans had ever seen. Transparent bodies. Enormous eyes. Bioluminescent organs. Creatures adapted to crushing pressure and perpetual darkness. Even today, some of the animals first collected by the Challenger continue fascinating marine scientists. Yet the voyage also generated mysteries. Crew members occasionally hauled up organisms so unusual that researchers struggled to classify them. Some specimens deteriorated before reaching laboratories. Others appeared unlike any known animal groups. As knowledge expanded over subsequent decades, many classifications changed repeatedly. The ocean seemed determined to remain one step ahead of science. Every answer revealed another unanswered question. The Challenger also encountered unusual phenomena that remain active areas of research today. Deep ocean currents. Unexpected temperature layers. Enormous underwater mountain chains. Sediments accumulating over millions of years. The expedition demonstrated that the seabed was not a flat, featureless plain. It was as varied and dynamic as the continents above it. That realization reshaped geology forever. One particularly fascinating discovery involved microscopic marine organisms known as radiolarians and foraminifera. These tiny creatures gradually accumulate on the seafloor after death, forming vast layers of biological sediment. Scientists realized that by studying these deposits, they could reconstruct ancient climates and ocean conditions stretching back millions of years. Without intending to, the Challenger laid foundations for modern climate science. Of course, the expedition also inspired speculation. Victorian newspapers occasionally exaggerated reports of enormous sea creatures brought from the abyss. Stories of unknown monsters spread rapidly. Some readers imagined giant squid capable of attacking ships. Others believed prehistoric animals still survived in hidden ocean depths. Although sensational journalism often stretched the facts, the discoveries themselves were extraordinary enough. The deep sea truly contained life unlike anything previously known. No exaggeration was necessary. When the expedition finally concluded in 1876, scientists returned with an astonishing collection of samples. Thousands of preserved organisms. Hundreds of geological specimens. Countless measurements. The official scientific reports eventually filled 50 large volumes containing nearly 30,000 pages. Researchers continued analyzing the material for decades. Many consider the Challenger expedition the birth of modern oceanography. Ironically, the voyage proved how little humanity actually knew. Even today, scientists estimate that more than 80% of Earth's oceans remain unexplored or insufficiently mapped. Modern submarines, remotely operated vehicles, and autonomous underwater drones continue discovering new species every year. In many ways, we are still following the path first charted by the Challenger more than 150 years ago. The greatest mystery surrounding HMS Challenger is not what happened to the ship. It is what she revealed about the world beneath her keel. A world larger than every continent combined. A world where mountains exceed the height of the Alps. Where trenches plunge deeper than Mount Everest is tall. Where countless species remain unnamed. And where every expedition continues proving the same remarkable truth. The deeper humanity explores the ocean, the more mysterious it becomes. Our final story is one of the oldest and most haunting maritime legends ever recorded, a small vessel called the Water Witch, whose strange disappearance and eerie folklore have endured for generations, closing our journey through the world's greatest unsolved maritime mysteries. Every journey has an ending. But the sea never truly does. Long after the final lighthouse disappears beyond the horizon. Long after the last distress signal fades into silence. The ocean continues keeping its secrets. For centuries, sailors have accepted one simple truth. No matter how much humanity learns, the sea always knows more. That is why our final mystery is fitting. It is a story suspended somewhere between documented history and enduring folklore. A tale of a vessel whose name alone seems pulled from legend. The Water Witch. Over the years, several ships have carried that name. Some served in navies. Others explored unknown coastlines. A few disappeared under circumstances that encouraged speculation far beyond the historical record. Separating fact from myth is not always easy. Perhaps that is exactly why this story has survived. Among the best documented vessels bearing the name was USS Water Witch, a sidewheel steamship launched in 1845 for the United States Navy. Originally built for surveying and hydrographic exploration, she spent much of her career mapping coastlines, rivers, and harbors that remained poorly understood. Unlike warships designed for combat, the Water Witch existed primarily to improve navigation. Her officers measured tides, charted channels, recorded coastlines. Every successful survey made future voyages safer. Ironically, a ship dedicated to reducing maritime uncertainty would eventually become surrounded by mysteries of her own. One of the Water Witch's most significant assignments took her to South America during the 1850s. The United States hoped to improve commercial navigation along the great rivers flowing through the continent. Captain Thomas Jefferson Page, an experienced naval officer and explorer, led expeditions into waterways that many foreign sailors had never previously charted. The work demanded patience, diplomacy, and considerable courage. Political tensions frequently complicated scientific exploration. Those tensions erupted dramatically in 1855. While navigating the Parana River, the Water Witch encountered forces from Paraguay. Exactly why remains debated, but Paraguayan batteries opened fire upon the American vessel. One cannonball struck the ship, killing the helmsman, Samuel Chaney, who became one of the earliest U.S. naval casualties in South American waters. The incident triggered a diplomatic crisis between the United States and Paraguay. Several years later, the United States dispatched a large naval expedition to demand compensation and negotiate a settlement. The confrontation ended peacefully. But the Water Witch had already secured a place in international history. After years of exploration and naval service, the vessel eventually faded from prominence. During the American Civil War, she was captured by Confederate forces in 1861. Later, as Confederate resistance collapsed in 1865, the ship was deliberately destroyed to prevent recapture. Unlike ghost ships that vanish without explanation, the final fate of USS Water Witch is well documented. So why does her name continue appearing in collections of maritime mysteries? Because over time, the name itself became larger than any single vessel. Across Britain, North America, and Australia, local folklore attached the title Water Witch to mysterious boats reportedly seen gliding across rivers, lakes, and coastal waters. Some stories described phantom vessels appearing during dense fog. Others spoke of silent boats illuminated by pale blue light. Fishermen occasionally claimed that seeing the Water Witch foretold approaching storms. Like the Flying Dutchman, these accounts varied enormously. No single legend dominated. Instead, dozens of regional traditions gradually merged under one unforgettable name. Historians believe much of this folklore emerged naturally from ordinary maritime experience. Fog can transform familiar coastlines into dreamlike landscapes. Moonlight reflecting from low clouds creates unusual optical effects. Distant boats become distorted through atmospheric refraction. When visibility changes rapidly, objects appear and disappear almost instantly. To exhausted sailors working long night watches, Such experiences could feel profoundly mysterious. There is also another explanation. Names carry power. Throughout maritime history, vessels often inherited names from earlier ships. If one water which became famous, later captains might choose the same name for entirely unrelated vessels. Over decades, stories from different ships gradually blended together. Eventually, listeners remembered only the name, not the individual histories. The result became a single legendary vessel assembled from many separate events. Marine folklorists frequently point to the water witch as an example of how nautical traditions evolve. Unlike historical investigations that depend upon documents and physical evidence, folklore grows through repetition. Each storyteller remembers different details. One adds a storm. Another introduces mysterious lights. Someone else includes disappearing sailors. No one intends to create fiction. Instead, communities slowly shape stories until they express shared fears, hopes, and experiences more effectively than literal history ever could. Interestingly, reports of phantom boats continue even in the modern era. Most receive straightforward explanations. Navigation lights viewed through fog. Mirages over calm water. Small fishing vessels observed at unusual angles. Yet not every sighting can be immediately identified. That uncertainty keeps old legends alive. Not because supernatural explanations become more likely, but because the ocean remains an environment where visibility, distance, and weather constantly deceive human perception. Throughout this documentary, we have encountered every kind of maritime mystery imaginable. Ships that disappeared without distress calls. Vessels discovered abandoned. Submarines lost beneath crushing depths. Passenger liners destroyed by hidden mines. Ghost ships carried through centuries of folklore. Scientific expeditions that revealed worlds no one knew existed. Each story differs. Yet they all share one remarkable feature. The sea rarely gives complete answers. Modern technology has transformed maritime safety. Satellites track vessels across every major ocean. Global positioning systems pinpoint locations within meters. Emergency beacons automatically transmit distress signals. Sonar maps the seabed in astonishing detail. Autonomous underwater vehicles explore places human divers cannot reach. Compared with sailors of previous centuries, today's crews possess extraordinary advantages. And yet, ships still disappear. Aircraft still lose contact over oceans. Deep water wrecks continue being discovered decades after they were lost. The mysteries have become fewer. They have not disappeared. Scientists estimate that more than 70% of Earth's surface is covered by water. Much of the deep ocean remains only lightly explored. Thousands of shipwrecks have never been located. Entire ecosystems continue waiting for discovery. The greatest maritime mysteries of the future may not involve ghosts or legends. They may simply involve places humanity has not yet reached. Perhaps that is why stories like the water witch continue resonating across generations. They remind us that exploration is never truly finished. Every chart contains empty spaces. Every coastline hides forgotten histories. Every wave carries echoes of those who crossed before us. The ocean connects continents, builds civilizations, feeds billions of people. Yet it also humbles everyone who enters it. Kings, admirals, scientists, merchants, explorers. All become equal before the sea. As our journey comes to an end, one thought remains. Somewhere beneath the Atlantic, the Pacific, the Indian Ocean, the Arctic, and the Southern Ocean, thousands of ships still rest in darkness. Some have been found. Many have not. Each carries its own unanswered questions. Its own forgotten names. its own stories waiting for discovery. Perhaps one day, advancing technology will solve many of these mysteries. Perhaps some will remain unsolved forever. Because despite everything humanity has achieved, the greatest keeper of secrets has never been a government, or a military, or a forgotten archive. It has always been the ocean itself. Thank you for joining Zyra Mist on this voyage through more than 4 hours of the world's most fascinating unsolved maritime mysteries. Until our next journey, stay curious. And remember, sometimes the deepest mysteries are not hidden in space, but beneath the next wave. Every journey has an ending, but the sea never truly does. Long after the final lighthouse disappears beyond the horizon. Long after the last distress signal fades into silence. The ocean continues keeping its secrets. For centuries, sailors have accepted one simple truth. No matter how much humanity learns, the sea always knows more. That is why our final mystery is fitting. It is a story suspended somewhere between documented history and enduring folklore. A tale of a vessel whose name alone seems pulled from legend. The Water Witch. Over the years, several ships have carried that name. Some served in navies. Others explored unknown coastlines. A few disappeared under circumstances that encouraged speculation far beyond the historical record. Separating fact from myth is not always easy. Perhaps that is exactly why this story has survived. Among the best documented vessels bearing the name was USS Water Witch, a sidewheel steamship launched in 1845 for the United States Navy. Originally built for surveying and hydrographic exploration, she spent much of her career mapping coastlines, rivers, and harbors that remained poorly understood. Unlike warships designed for combat, the Water Witch existed primarily to improve navigation. Her officers measured tides, charted channels, recorded coastlines. Every successful survey made future voyages safer. Ironically, a ship dedicated to reducing maritime uncertainty would eventually become surrounded by mysteries of her own. One of the Water Witch's most significant assignments took her to South America during the 1850s. The United States hoped to improve commercial navigation along the great rivers flowing through the continent. Captain Thomas Jefferson Page, an experienced naval officer and explorer, led expeditions into waterways that many foreign sailors had never previously charted. The work demanded patience, diplomacy, and considerable courage. Political tensions frequently complicated scientific exploration. Those tensions erupted dramatically in 1855. While navigating the Parana River, the Water Witch encountered forces from Paraguay. Exactly why remains debated, but Paraguayan batteries opened fire upon the American vessel. One cannonball struck the ship, killing the helmsman, Samuel Chaney, who became one of the earliest U.S. naval casualties in South American waters. The incident triggered a diplomatic crisis between the United States and Paraguay. Several years later, the United States dispatched a large naval expedition to demand compensation and negotiate a settlement. The confrontation ended peacefully. But the Water Witch had already secured a place in international history. After years of exploration and naval service, the vessel eventually faded from prominence. During the American Civil War, she was captured by Confederate forces in 1861. Later, as Confederate resistance collapsed in 1865, the ship was deliberately destroyed to prevent recapture. Unlike ghost ships that vanish without explanation, the final fate of USS Water Witch is well documented. So why does her name continue appearing in collections of maritime mysteries? Because over time, the name itself became larger than any single vessel. Across Britain, North America, and Australia, local folklore attached the title Water Witch to mysterious boats reportedly seen gliding across rivers, lakes, and coastal waters. Some stories described phantom vessels appearing during dense fog. Others spoke of silent boats illuminated by pale blue light. Fishermen occasionally claimed that seeing the water which foretold approaching storms. Like the Flying Dutchman, these accounts varied enormously. No single legend dominated. Instead, dozens of regional traditions gradually merged under one unforgettable name. Historians believe much of this folklore emerged naturally from ordinary maritime experience. Fog can transform familiar coastlines into dreamlike landscapes. Moonlight reflecting from low clouds creates unusual optical effects. Distant boats become distorted through atmospheric refraction. When visibility changes rapidly, objects appear and disappear almost instantly. To exhausted sailors working long night watches, such experiences could feel profoundly mysterious. There is also another explanation. Names carry power. Throughout maritime history, vessels often inherited names from earlier ships. If one water which became famous, later captains might choose the same name for entirely unrelated vessels. Over decades, stories from different ships gradually blended together. Eventually, listeners remembered only the name, not the individual histories. The result became a single legendary vessel assembled from many separate events. Marine folklorists frequently point to the water which as an example of how nautical traditions evolve. Unlike historical investigations that depend upon documents and physical evidence, folklore grows through repetition. Each storyteller remembers different details. One adds a storm. Another introduces mysterious lights. Someone else includes disappearing sailors. No one intends to create fiction. Instead, communities slowly shape stories until they express shared fears, hopes, and experiences more effectively than literal history ever could. Interestingly, reports of phantom boats continue even in the modern era. Most receive straightforward explanations. Navigation lights viewed through fog. Mirages over calm water. Small fishing vessels observed at unusual angles. Yet not every sighting can be immediately identified. That uncertainty keeps old legends alive. Not because supernatural explanations become more likely, but because the ocean remains an environment where visibility, distance, and weather constantly deceive human perception. Throughout this documentary, we have encountered every kind of maritime mystery imaginable. Ships that disappeared without distress calls. Vessels discovered abandoned. Submarines lost beneath crushing depths. Passenger liners destroyed by hidden mines. Ghost ships carried through centuries of folklore. Scientific expeditions that revealed worlds no one knew existed. Each story differs. Yet they all share one remarkable feature. The sea rarely gives complete answers. Modern technology has transformed maritime safety. Satellites track vessels across every major ocean. Global positioning systems pinpoint locations within meters. Emergency beacons automatically transmit distress signals. Sonar maps the seabed in astonishing detail. Autonomous underwater vehicles explore places human divers cannot reach. Compared with sailors of previous centuries, today's crews possess extraordinary advantages. And yet, ships still disappear. Aircraft still lose contact over oceans. Deep water wrecks continue being discovered decades after they were lost. The mysteries have become fewer. They have not disappeared. Scientists estimate that more than 70% of Earth's surface is covered by water. Much of the deep ocean remains only lightly explored. Thousands of shipwrecks have never been located. Entire ecosystems continue waiting for discovery. The greatest maritime mysteries of the future may not involve ghosts or legends. They may simply involve places humanity has not yet reached. Perhaps that is why stories like the water which continue resonating across generations. They remind us that exploration is never truly finished. Every chart contains empty spaces. Every coastline hides forgotten histories. Every wave carries echoes of those who crossed before us. The ocean connects continents. builds civilizations, feeds billions of people. Yet it also humbles everyone who enters it. Kings, admirals, scientists, merchants, explorers. All become equal before the sea. As our journey comes to an end, one thought remains. Somewhere beneath the Atlantic, the Pacific, the Indian Ocean, the Arctic, and the Southern Ocean, thousands of ships still rest in darkness. Some have been found. Many have not. Each carries its own unanswered questions. Its own forgotten names. Its own stories waiting for discovery. Perhaps one day, advancing technology will solve many of these mysteries. Perhaps some will remain unsolved forever. Because despite everything humanity has achieved, the greatest keeper of secrets has never been a government, or a military, or a forgotten archive. It has always been the ocean itself. Thank you for joining Zyramist on this voyage through more than 4 hours of the world's most fascinating unsolved maritime mysteries. Until our next journey, stay curious. And remember, sometimes the deepest mysteries are not hidden in space, but beneath the next wave. Every journey has an ending, but the sea never truly does. Long after the final lighthouse disappears beyond the horizon. Long after the last distress signal fades into silence. The ocean continues keeping its secrets. For centuries, sailors have accepted one simple truth. No matter how much humanity learns, the sea always knows more. That is why our final mystery is fitting. It is a story suspended somewhere between documented history and enduring folklore. A tale of a vessel whose name alone seems pulled from legend. The Water Witch. Over the years, several ships have carried that name. Some served in navies. Others explored unknown coastlines. A few disappeared under circumstances that encouraged speculation far beyond the historical record. Separating fact from myth is not always easy. Perhaps that is exactly why this story has survived. Among the best documented vessels bearing the name was USS Water Witch, a sidewheel steamship launched in 1845 for the United States Navy. Originally built for surveying and hydrographic exploration, she spent much of her career mapping coastlines, rivers, and harbors that remained poorly understood. Unlike warships designed for combat, the Water Witch existed primarily to improve navigation. Her officers measured tides, charted channels, recorded coastlines. Every successful survey made future voyages safer. Ironically, a ship dedicated to reducing maritime uncertainty would eventually become surrounded by mysteries of her own. One of the Water Witch's most significant assignments took her to South America during the 1850s. The United States hoped to improve commercial navigation along the great rivers flowing through the continent. Captain Thomas Jefferson Page, an experienced naval officer and explorer, led expeditions into waterways that many foreign sailors had never previously charted. The work demanded patience, diplomacy, and considerable courage. Political tensions frequently complicated scientific exploration. Those tensions erupted dramatically in 1855. While navigating the Parana River, the Water Witch encountered forces from Paraguay. Exactly why remains debated, but Paraguayan batteries opened fire upon the American vessel. One cannonball struck the ship, killing the helmsman, Samuel Chaney, who became one of the earliest U.S. naval casualties in South American waters. The incident triggered a diplomatic crisis between the United States and Paraguay. Several years later, the United States dispatched a large naval expedition to demand compensation and negotiate a settlement. The confrontation ended peacefully. But the Water Witch had already secured a place in international history. After years of exploration and naval service, the vessel eventually faded from prominence. During the American Civil War, she was captured by Confederate forces in 1861. Later, as Confederate resistance collapsed in 1865, the ship was deliberately destroyed to prevent recapture. Unlike ghost ships that vanish without explanation, the final fate of USS Waterwitch is well documented. So why does her name continue appearing in collections of maritime mysteries? Because over time, the name itself became larger than any single vessel. Across Britain, North America, and Australia, local folklore attached the title Waterwitch to mysterious boats reportedly seen gliding across rivers, lakes, and coastal waters. Some stories described phantom vessels appearing during dense fog. Others spoke of silent boats illuminated by pale blue light. Fishermen occasionally claimed that seeing the Waterwitch foretold approaching storms. Like the Flying Dutchman, these accounts varied enormously. No single legend dominated. Instead, dozens of regional traditions gradually merged under one unforgettable name. Historians believe much of this folklore emerged naturally from ordinary maritime experience. Fog can transform familiar coastlines into dreamlike landscapes. Moonlight reflecting from low clouds creates unusual optical effects. Distant boats become distorted through atmospheric refraction. When visibility changes rapidly, objects appear and disappear almost instantly. To exhausted sailors working long night watches, such experiences could feel profoundly mysterious. There is also another explanation. Names carry power. Throughout maritime history, vessels often inherited names from earlier ships. If one Waterwitch became famous, later captains might choose the same name for entirely unrelated vessels. Over decades, stories from different ships gradually blended together. Eventually, listeners remembered only the name, not the individual histories. The result became a single legendary vessel assembled from many separate events. Marine folklorists frequently point to the Waterwitch as an example of how nautical traditions evolve. Unlike historical investigations that depend upon documents and physical evidence, folklore grows through repetition. Each storyteller remembers different details. One adds a storm. Another introduces mysterious lights. Someone else includes disappearing sailors. No one intends to create fiction. Instead, communities slowly shape stories until they express shared fears, hopes, and experiences more effectively than literal history ever could. Interestingly, reports of phantom boats continue even in the modern era. Most receive straightforward explanations. Navigation lights viewed through fog. Mirages over calm water. Small fishing vessels observed at unusual angles. Yet not every sighting can be immediately identified. That uncertainty keeps old legends alive. Not because supernatural explanations become more likely, but because the ocean remains an environment where visibility, distance, and weather constantly deceive human perception. Throughout this documentary, we have encountered every kind of maritime mystery imaginable. Ships that disappeared without distress calls. Vessels discovered abandoned. Submarines lost beneath crushing depths. Passenger liners destroyed by hidden mines. Ghost ships carried through centuries of folklore. Scientific expeditions that revealed worlds no one knew existed. Each story differs. Yet they all share one remarkable feature. The sea rarely gives complete answers. Modern technology has transformed maritime safety. Satellites track vessels across every major ocean. Global positioning systems pinpoint locations within meters. Emergency beacons automatically transmit distress signals. Sonar maps the seabed in astonishing detail. Autonomous underwater vehicles explore places human divers cannot reach. Compared with sailors of previous centuries, today's crews possess extraordinary advantages. And yet, ships still disappear. Aircraft still lose contact over oceans. Deep water wrecks continue being discovered decades after they were lost. The mysteries have become fewer. They have not disappeared. Scientists estimate that more than 70% of Earth's surface is covered by water. Much of the deep ocean remains only lightly explored. Thousands of shipwrecks have never been located. Entire ecosystems continue waiting for discovery. The greatest maritime mysteries of the future may not involve ghosts or legends. They may simply involve places humanity has not yet reached. Perhaps that is why stories like The Water Witch continue resonating across generations. They remind us that exploration is never truly finished. Every chart contains empty spaces. Every coastline hides forgotten histories. Every wave carries echoes of those who crossed before us. The ocean connects continents, builds civilizations, feeds billions of people. Yet it also humbles everyone who enters it. Kings, admirals, scientists, merchants, explorers. All become equal before the sea. As our journey comes to an end, one thought remains. Somewhere beneath the Atlantic, the Pacific, the Indian Ocean, the Arctic, and the Southern Ocean, thousands of ships still rest in darkness. Some have been found. Many have not. Each carries its own unanswered questions. Its own forgotten names. Its own stories waiting for discovery. Perhaps one day, advancing technology will solve many of these mysteries. Perhaps some will remain unsolved forever. Because despite everything humanity has achieved, the greatest keeper of secrets has never been a government, or a military, or a forgotten archive. It has always been the ocean itself. Thank you for joining Zyramist on this voyage through more than 4 hours of the world's most fascinating unsolved maritime mysteries. Until our next journey, stay curious. And remember, sometimes the deepest mysteries are not hidden in space, but beneath the next wave.